lies and delusions. Wake me up, show me a new dawn. Open your eyes, bright children of light. I am awakened, I am awakened. All these lies and delusions, wake me up, show me a new dawn. Open your eyes, bright children of light. I am awakened, I am awakened. All these lies and delusions, wake me up, show me a new dawn. Open your eyes, bright children of light. I am awakened, I am awakened. Clear my mind and my soul. Gave me a new man. Oh, made me whole. I'll rise up. I'll be a new light. I am awakened. I am awakened. All these lies and delusions, wake me up, show me a new dawn. Open your eyes, bright children of light. I am awakened, I am awakened. Israelite's journey.
Shalom, 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 shalom and blessings, brother. How's it going, brother? Shabbat shalom.
Well, all's good, brother Barney, man. How you doing today?
Doing great, man. All praise, honor, and glory to the Most High, first and foremost, for giving us all another day to repent, another day to walk in His laws, statutes, and commandments. Awesome Shabbat, to rest from all our toils of the week, right?
Amen.
So, you know,
Amen.
yeah, it's been a great week for me. Very busy, but great, you know. But let me jump in here and just start to greet our family in the chat. I hope everybody's doing well. You know, we're gonna do what's always customary amongst all of the earth. We're gonna come and we're gonna greet all the brothers and sisters within the chat and see how you guys are doing. First and foremost, that's why we're here, right? First and foremost, do the Most High's work. And for you, brothers and sisters, that's why we're here, right? Now, so let's start with the brother Darnell Blackshare. Brother Darnell Blackshare says, peace and blessings, everyone. And you'd like to say shalom and blessings to you also, brother. I hope you're having a great Shabbat. I hope you're getting your rest in like we should be doing. You know, we praise the Most High every day, but this is a special day that He set apart for us all to do those specific things to make sure we rest, that our manservants rest, our ox and our ass rest, right? And, you know, and of course, praise the Most High. He had our brother Jason Philip McCauley coming in with the scripts, Ephesians 1:14, which is the earnest of our inheritance until the redemption of the purchased possession, unto the praise of His glory. All praise, honor, and glory to the Most High. Thank you for that scripture, brother Jason Philip McCauley. Shabbat shalom to you also, brother. All right, we have You Love Yah. Shalom, family, she says, or he. I don't know if it's a female or male, but I'm guessing based off the picture is a sister. And I would like to say shalom and blessings to you, sister. Glad to have you here. I hope you're having an awesome Shabbat. I hope that you're comfy. Get your coffee, get your notepads, get your popcorn, get whatever you need to get to make yourself comfortable. Because we're gonna dig in here a little bit in a little bit. All right. So we got, of course, my brother Hal Goodwin, which is on the panel with us today, coming in and greeting all the brothers and sisters. You know, very earnest brother here, very dependable brother, very just awesome brother all the way around, man. Blessings to you, brother. Glad to have you here with us.
Thank you, my man.
We have Kaya, daughter of Zion. She says shalom and blessings. I say shalom and blessings to you also, family. Shalom and blessings, and I hope you're having an awesome Shabbat. Glad to have you here as always. We have Mr. The Original School. Shalom and blessings, brother. He says, greeting to Salt of the Earth Productions, the True Israel on the chat. Happy Shabbat to all. Yeah, exactly. That's a great way to start it off. Also, greetings to all true Israel in the chat and anybody else who's here. Even if you're not Israel, we like to welcome everybody into the chat. Don't don't be afraid to comment and share your thoughts on anything. Because as the light of the world, right? We are commanded to walk as the Most High would walk, right? So you love Israel, he'll love you. You respect his people and do what's right and upright and just before the Most High. It's like he said to Cain, you will be accepted, right? Cindy Clark says shalom, family. And I say shalom and blessings to you, sister. I hope you're doing well. Glad to have you here as always. You have unapologetically real. That's an awesome name right there. Unapologetically real. I like that name because that's how we should always be. Unapologetically real. Telling the truth unapologetically. Being Israelites unapologetically. She said shalom at the SOT family. Shalom blessings to you. Keeping them LSCs too, family. You got the brother, the elder Kadar Scales in the room. Shalom, brother and families, he says, and shalom blessings to you also, brother. Look in your email, man. If you want to, you're always welcome to join the chat. You know that email's out there for you, bro. So you can join the panel and chime in on this discussion when we get it going. You got our brother Tyce Rollins out there from the Philippines, brother. Shalom and blessings to you. Hope everything's going well with you, bro. Our prayers and our supplication is always towards our brothers and sisters, everybody across the lake, anybody outside of the states, which is America. We love and we pray for you, brothers and sisters, until we be able to meet in the wilderness, join hands and walk with Yah. Shalom and blessings to you, family. You have our brother Amir Yasharel. Shalom and blessings, brother Amir Yasharel. He says, "Hallelujah, praise the might, Yah. Yes, the mighty Most High, the mighty Yah. Amen to that, brother. Shalom and blessings. I hope you're doing well, and I'm glad to have you here, as always. We got our brother Malek Immaculate. He says, Shalom, family of the Most High Yah. Shalom and blessings to you also, brother. And it's another brother that we've been definitely uh looking to the Most High that he protect him also. You know, my thoughts and prayer have been towards you, brother, even more so ever since we heard about that situation of yours, and we hope that you're making a good recovery and that any ailments or anything caused by that situation has faded and gone away.
Amen.
Um,
Amen.
yeah. Shalom and blessing to our brother Yashadek who just entered the room. Shalom and blessing, brother. How you doing?
Oh, I'm great, brother. Shalom, shalom. Shalom, family out there. Shabbat shalom.
Hey,
Shalom. Glad to
shalom.
have you here.
Shalom, brother Yash.
As always, brother. You know it's always great to have you here, man. Another one of our great brothers, man. Every one of the brothers in the SOT are awesome brothers, man. You know, just a little sidebar, man. A lot of times, man, I look back on a lot of the people that's been put in my life, and I see the blessings that the Most High have bestowed on me just through that. It's words can't express my gratitude of having such upstanding, up, upright brothers with such amount of integrity in them. It really keeps me on the straight and narrow to have brothers like the brother Josh, Hal, Ibri, Kadar, brother Eric, brother Cleo, and even brothers outside of the platform that have always showed their support towards the channel, and like the brothers Jacob People, we had the brother Apostle Curtis out there doing his teachings and sharing the truth of the law, statutes, and commandments, how to walk upright and perfect towards the Most High. We got all kinds of brothers and sisters out there doing the work, and these are the people that the Most High surrounded SOT with. This is the people that's a part of SOT per se. And it's a humbling feeling, man, and it really keeps you grounded in what you're supposed to be doing. And last but not least, my wife, man, she's an awesome sister to have in my life. Most High definitely blessed me when He gave me a wife. Shalom and blessings, brother Eric. How's it going, bro?
Hey, shalom, brothers. How y'all doing?
Hey, brother Eric. Good to see
Good.
you, man.
Just
Absolutely.
cooling out, man. I'm a little late, but it's all good. Glad to be here. Shalom to everybody in the chat.
Indeed, brother. Shalom and blessings to you. We're going to continue down. We got Raphael Yosef. Shalom and blessings, brother Raphael. Yosef says Shabbat Shalom family. Shabbat Shalom to you also, brother. Glad to have you here. We have Levia Yisrael. She says Shalom. She says Shalom or Shabbat Shalom family. And she got the crown over there. I was a little focused on the crown because I was like, wow, I like that. Hopefully one day we can have that on our heads, man, really soon. I mean, I know I don't want to be here anymore. Only thing I look forward to is really, dealing with our brothers and sisters and seeing you guys. And everything else is not really. I don't really care about it. you know. Um, we have Michael Yasharal says Shabbat Shalom SOT family. Shabbat Shalom to you family. I hope you're doing well. All praises, honor, and glory to the Most High. We have Micah Yah Ben Yahu says Shabbat Shalom. Shalom to you, brother. I'm glad that you was able to come in and join us. It's always great to have all our brothers and sisters here. We got our brother Eric Tinsley in the house. Eric Tinsley in the house. Stick around, my brother. Once this conversation gets going, I know you're gonna have some awesome stuff to add to this. So, you know, it's always great to have you in the room, brother. Another great brother that's been really influential in my walk and really getting me to put away certain prideful natures of myself. The brother Eric Tinsley, that brother speak, man. It's almost like you can feel Yah coming from him, and the spirit of Yah really, God in His words to tell you some things. He gonna come at you too, you know. But the brother is always sincere and is always right on time with it, with what he has to say. But the brother says Shabbat Shalom, Yashalom, Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be praised and worshiped. Amen. Always, always may He be praised and worshiped. Always. We got up next. It says Shabbat Shalom or Shalom Israel, Israelites. Shalom and blessing to you, brother. Glad to have you here. It's always a blessing to have you here also, brother. The brother up next is another great brother we have. We have the sister Patricia Thomas. Shalom, family. Hold on, let me take a sip of water. Shalom, family. Shalom. Blessings to all in the chat. Shalom and blessing to you, sister. All right, what do we got? Who else we got here? We got our sister Linya Israel. Shalom and blessings. Another sister that comes through and shows us love. You don't have to be here, but you come and it's always a blessing to have sisters like yourself and the others which we just went through, like the sister Patricia Thomas. It's always a blessing to have you in the chat. We have now Maria Yakada. Is that Judah? Do you brothers know that Yakada, is that Judah? I don't know. That could be wrong. But I could be wrong. But Maria Yakada says, Shabbat Shalom Mishpaka. My power is out. I will be on as long as possible. Love you all. Mishpaka. Shalom and Barakatah to you all. Blessings to you also, sister. Glad to have you here. I hope the Most High restores your power as soon as possible, or allows you to be able to stay in here as long as you can. We have a great teaching coming up for you. We have the son of Judah. Shalom and blessings, family. Shalom and fam. He says Shalom fam. Shabbat shalom. I want to say Shabbat shalom to you also, brother. Glad to have you here as always. Always a blessing to have our brothers in here. All right, so what do we have? We got our sister Shebrew Yah in the house, saying shalom and blessings, family. Shalom and blessings to you too, sister. I hope everything's going well. So let's get started. I'm kind of wondering how to start this conversation off, because these talks about abortion, man, they even if you don't have a child, these things should hit home, because we're talking about life, talking about innocent life. You're talking about very delicate life. Life is very fragile, and when we start talking about whether or not it's prudent, if it's right to allow a life to be brought into the world, I think it's a really open and shut case, when we talk about those things, because we're already born, we're born. And then when we start talking about whether or not, a child deserves to be born, I think it's kind of unfair, we're sitting in here, we're sitting in our prospective places, already born and already in had the opportunity to take part in life, had the opportunity to love people, to go through this thing that the Most High has blessed us to have, and then you got people sitting on the side saying that, because something's different from them that it doesn't deserve to be brought into this world. You know, it's very touchy to me. You know, I got brothers and sisters, you know, and I love them, you know. And then I got brothers on this panel, you know, that I care deeply for and I love also, you know, and our people in the world. Like imagine one of us, you know, one of us could have been aborted, you know, one of us could have not been here today. Why? Because of this society and the way they view everything that's not immediately beneficial to them. And it's a shame. It's wicked. It's evil. It's demonic. You know, and it's just a part of that same spirit that's going out throughout this place that hates life. You know. Well, what are you brothers' thoughts on that before we even jump into this? What are your thoughts on the spirit that's going through this place and through this earth concerning life?
Yeah, let me just say peace and blessings again to everybody. Glad to see everybody on. All my brothers on the panel. Good to see you guys on today. Um, I, I like to think of it in terms of our awakening and what we know now and what we know now about life in itself, and not just that, but the life of Israelite people, and Israelite children, and what it means to be able to rear up children in the light of what we now know about ourselves. Um, you know, the world kind of puts the abortion issue on the table now. They make, you know, it's very mainstream. Um, there's this general quote unquote fight for life now, whether you're pro-abortion or um, whether you're pro-life or pro-choice, they call it now. Um, but their idea of that coming from the world, it just really doesn't matter to them because, you know, as you know, we're going to see a little bit in this presentation. The goal has, from the world's perspective, has always been to deplete, to ruin the life of the Israelite. Um, and if they could stop it at birth, they're going to stop it at birth. If they could get to our women who are carrying the seed, they're going to get to our women who are carrying the seed and make them believe that they are doing something noble by not bringing that life into the world and not helping to rear that life and bring them up in a Yah fearing manner. So yeah, I think this is a real important subject that we're gonna attack today. I think you guys will enjoy it.
Any other brothers have anything to say on that?
Yeah, I think it's a touchy issue, you know, in a lot of different ways. I remember many years before I understood the truth of me being an Israelite, I used to have the feeling that, you know, I wish that would have happened to me. I wish I was aborted. And that was because of my family situation. I didn't grow up with a tight knit family, but I had a lot of close friends, you know, who had families. And so I remember one of my friends telling me, you know, I could look at it that way, you know, because he grew up without his father and everything. But he told me once he got older and realized that, you know, he was his own man and he had to deal with things in his own way as a man. He went to his father and they built the relationship, you know. He realized that his father and his mother did their part in getting him here. That's the ultimate goal, is for us to be here. If we weren't supposed to be here, then the Most High wouldn't have willed it and allowed it, you know. So it's a thing that a lot of people are sensitive about, but the conversations need to be heard. or had rather, and we need to understand the power behind life and the intent of life. The Bible says that children are the heritage of the Most High. And so, understanding that helps me to understand why I'm here, understand why we're all here, why I have children of my own, and I'm able to embrace that. So I look forward to the presentation. Once again, shalom and blessings to everybody.
Yeah. My take on it is I like to go to Isaiah 33. It says, verse 1. Woe to thee that spoilest, and thou wast not spoiled, and deals treacherously, and they dealt not treacherously with thee. When thou shalt cease to spoil, thou shalt be spoiled. And when thou shalt make an end to deal treacherously, they shall deal treacherously with thee. And so it looks to me as if Babylon's just trying every other way to try to get out of this judgment and this punishment that's coming upon them without uh giving us our due, without giving us our reparations, without letting us go. And they trying to be slick about it. That's my whole take. And all of a sudden now they're coming up with this I guess spiritual awakening of their own without actually owning up to their payment that is due them. They're just trying to get out of it, and it's just not going to happen. That's my take.
Awesome. Couldn't have said it better. All right, so let's get into the presentation now. I'm going to share my screen. We're going to go in on this. Sure, I share the audio too. Okay. So this presentation, the name of this presentation is Protecting the Holy Seed. All right. Protecting the Holy Seed. The importance of the life within the man. All right. So let's start. Introduction is this. Can women become pregnant without men? Who is responsible for life in the womb? What did Onan do that was worthy of death? In the debate concerning abortion, determination of life in the womb, and the responsibility of men, these three questions are inherently linked to one another. As per Jubilees 1 and 7, Onan, and Besul all made seemingly unconscious attempts to stop Tamar from being a foremother in the lineage of Judah. It is important for Israelite men to consider the life inside their loins is the holy nation of Israel, and therefore giving birth to the nation of Israel begins with men, not women. Men give women their seed to nurture and care for. For 9 months, women can terminate a pregnancy. However, only men can abort their seed. The holy seed of Israel, lights. The holy seed of Israelites. Men does not belong on the floor, on a towel, in the body, in or on another man, right? In some homosexual act, all right? It doesn't belong in the orifice of a woman's body or on another man in some homosexual act. Neither does it belong in a woman who you are not married to. It does not belong in a woman you do not trust to nurture and care for your seed for 9 months. It does not belong in a woman who believes that my body, my choice gives her the right to end the life of the Israelite growing inside of her. Men of Israel, this abortion debate is again all about you. It is our responsibility to protect our seed, protect the life that Yah has placed in our loins, and stop allowing our women to bear the brunt of this debate. This is our responsibility. Protect our women and protect our seed. So the areas of discussion is this. What is the biblical and secular meaning of seed / sperm? So that's what we're going to talk about first. Then we're going to talk about what is the function of the seed. Then we're going to talk about if or not the seed is alive. And lastly, we're going to talk about what is the biblical narrative of the seed or sperm. So let's start. And ask ourselves, what is the biblical and secular meaning of the word seed or sperm? The first thing we want to discuss is the definition of the word seed. We will discuss both biblical and non-biblical terms. This will help you understand more about the seed and give clarity to what we mean when we use the word seed. Is it a plant? Is it semen? Is it lineage? Let's start with the biblical terms. The definition of seed. Could you read that for us, Brother Hal?
Sure, brother, no problem. Seed. There's a threefold usage of this word in Scripture. Agricultural. The farmer held his seed in his upturned garment, casting it out as he walked. Grain was sown in the early winter after the first rains. Christ's parable of the sower is well known. Mark 4, 1 through 20, Luke 8, 5 through 15. Land was measured by the amount of seed which could be sown on it. Leviticus 27, verse 16. The wilderness was land not sown. Jeremiah 2, verse 2. Physiological, seed of copulation, is a frequent expression in the Hebrew laws of cleanness. Leviticus 15, 16. The New Testament speaks of Christians as having been begotten by God of incorruptible seed. 1 Peter 1, 23, 1 John 3, verse 9. Figurative. Here seed means descendants. Genesis 13, 16, or genealogy. Ezra 2, verse 59, Nehemiah 7, verse 61, or a class of people. Seed of evildoers, Isaiah chapter 1, verse 4. The holy seed, Isaiah chapter 6, verse 13. Ezra chapter 9, verse 2, is a special designation of the people of Israel. St. Paul's use of seed in the contrast to seeds in Galatians chapter 3, verse 16, had for this purpose a proof that the promise of Abraham were realized in Christ. This is an example of rabbinical exegesis used by the apostle against his rabbinical adversaries.
Thank you, brother.
Yep.
So, the Zondervan Bible Dictionary gives 3 categories in which we can apply the word seed: agricultural, physiological, and figurative. We will be dealing with the 2 of the 3: physiological, which pertains to the copulation, and figurative, which pertains to descendants. These two areas are the concern based on their direct impact to the growth of a nation in regards to population. Brown Jarvis Briggs definition of the word seed. And you can find that in the Hebrews 22:33. And it says zera. It says 1, seed, sowing of offspring. 2, a sowing. 3, seed. Then it says 1C, semen, viral. 1D, offspring, descendants, posterity, children. 1E, of moral quality. 1E1, a practitioner of righteousness figuratively. And lastly, it says 1F, sowing time by metonymy. Now, so the Webster Dictionary says seed is the substance, animal, or vegetable which nature prepares for the production and conservation of the species. The seed of plants are a deciduous part containing the rudiments of a new vegetable. In some cases, the seed constitutes the fruit or valuable part of the plant, as in the case of wheat and other a succulent grain. Sometimes the seeds are enclosed in fruit, as in apples and melons. When applied to animal matter, it has no plural. That form, and this is two. It says that from which anything springs. First principle original, as the seed of virtue or vice. Thirdly, principle of production. Praise of great act, he scattered as a seed. Waller. 4. Progeny, offspring, children, descendants, as the seed of Abraham, the seed of David. In this sense, the word is applied to one person or to any number collectively and admits of the plural form, but rarely uses in the plural. Race, generation, birth. Of moral seed, they were not held. Waller, once again. So, the Webster's Dictionary offers a combined definition of physiological and agricultural aspects merged into one biological perspective. The seed is the principle by which the life of a species is preserved. This is what we can calculate or conclude from the first segment of the definition. Okay. So that's the Webster. And let's see what we got next. Now, the Webster's figurative narrative of seed. Posterity, posterous, noun, posterius from post after. 1. Descendants, children, children's children, etc. Indefinitely, the race that proceeds from a progenitor. The whole human race or posterity of Adam. Right? And it says again, in a general sense, succeeding generations opposed to ancestors, progeny, offspring, children, descendants, as the seed of Abraham, the seed of David. In a sense, the word is applied to one person or any number collectively and admits of the plural form, but rarely uses the plural. Once again, this is the Webster's figurative narrative. All right, so the etymology and the definition of seed. Could you read the etymology on the side here, brother Hal?
Sure, no problem. Sperm, male seminal fluid, and directly from the Latin, from late Latin sperma, seed, semen, from Greek sperma, the seed of plant, also of animals, literally, that which is sown, from spearing, hope I pronounced that correctly, to sow, scatter, from pie, from root to spread to sow. Sperm bank is attested from 1963 for sperm whale, see spermaceti.
Thank you. All right, so here we have the definition on the right hand side of the word seed. And it says under here, under the nouns, it says the unit of production of a flowering plant capable of developing into another such plant. Cut open the pepper and remove the seeds, as an example. 1.1, a quantity of seeds, grass. Underneath that, we have 1.2, the cause or latent beginning of a feeling process or condition. The conversation sown a tiny seed of doubt in his mind. And 2, a man's semen. In a similar way, human males feel a biological need to release their seed at frequent intervals. All right, so we have the etymology of seed slash sperm, and we have the definition of seed according to the Oxford Dictionary. So, what is the conclusion of this all? All these definitions were shown so that there is no confusion on what we are speaking about when we say seed. Furthermore, what we can gather from these definitions is that the seed derives from a man. When speaking in terms of biology in humans. So, this conversation is not about Eve and the figurative meaning of her seed. This is about the seed within the man and what is upright and prudent in regards to maintaining a healthy knowledge of the life within us, as well as disciplining our minds and spirits to make beneficial choices for our nations. I'm going to say that, I'm going to read that one last time for you, brothers. All right? Listen, this is about the seed within the man and what is upright and prudent in regards to maintaining a healthy knowledge of the life within us, as well as disciplining our minds and spirits to make beneficial choices for our nation. All right, so moving on. What is the function of the seed? Now, in this one, we're gonna get into some terms that we're not even that familiar with ourselves, but the functionality of the seeds. All right, we're gonna talk about what is its purpose. All right, we're gonna also talk about what role does it play in reproduction. We're gonna talk about how does it work. We're gonna talk about what happens when its goal is met, and lastly, does that goal go beyond fertilization? All right, so these are what we're going to discuss concerning the seed. So, what is the seed's purpose? The spermatozoa in plural, it's funny because when we was looking at this word, we was like, you know, I said I'll probably pronounce it alakazoo or something like that, but I think the brother Eric, the brother Eric had the correct pronunciation for it. What did you say the pronunciation was again, brother?
Man, you know I'm from the South, man, so I might not even have it right. But spermatozoon.
Sounds good enough for me. It's better than where I was going with it. Spermatozoa. And it says spermatozoon in the plural, spermatozoa, right? Or sperm cell is the male reproductive cell that is expelled along with the seminal fluid or semen when a man ejaculates. In humans, spermatozoa determines the gender of the baby to be, which means that they can carry either the X or the Y chromosome. All right, moving on. All right, so what role does it play in reproduction? All right, so the function of the spermatozoa is to fertilize the egg cell, creating a new organism called the zygote that would develop from embryo to fetus during 9 months of pregnancy. Human sperm cells are haploids, which mean that they have certain 23 chromosomes. Um, I would like to get you brother's thoughts on that right there. When it says that it creates a new organism, what are your thoughts on that?
Maybe to transform that sperm cell into what it needs to be to start developing.
Mm.
That could be it.
Mm.
Yeah, I think the idea of creating something new, um, I, again, we're not biologists in any sense, but I, I would think it's less about creating something new and more about development,
Mm.
the next stage in the process. Um, it says creating a new organism called zygote that will develop
Mhm.
from embryo to fetus. So I think it's more about developing the next stage in the process. How is it going to look in the next stage? We're going to further in this presentation, we're going to talk more about life and what is alive. So,
Mm.
so again, just to explain my thought on it, I think it's less about new and more about development and the next
Mm.
process.
Mm. What say you, brother Yash? Brother Yash
Yeah,
isn't here, but I
yeah, I'm
know.
here. I just had a problem unmuting my thing. But no, it's just a scientific way of explaining the process of the miracles of the works of the Most High without including him in it. Or in other words, trying to make an understanding
Mhm.
of the Most High's works without uh mentioning how he does it or his miracle.
Mm. That's an
If you ask
awesome
me.
observation right there, and also what the brother Hal was saying also. I'm more in line with that in terms of what this actually is, because when we talk about a new organism, you know that is to say that it's not a human then, if it's transforming into a new organism, right? So I think it's more of development versus a new organism. It's one organism that's developing, and this is just another a path towards its development.
Yeah, and
Right.
in the Book of Jubilees also agrees with that.
Mm.
I'm gonna find that passage while you just go on into your thing.
Okay. Okay. So this is my analysis. The male gamete or sperm and the female gamete, the egg or ovum, meets the female's reproductive system when sperm fertilizes or meets an egg. This fertilized egg is called a zygote. Zygote, that's the pronunciation of it. And the zygote goes through the process of becoming an embryo and developing into a fetus. Now, one of the things we had an issue with is like, what is this gamati? What is that? So we posted the definition down here at the bottom, which says gamates are an organism's reproductive cells. They are also referred to as sex cells. Female gametes are called oval or egg cells, and male gametes are called sperm. Gametes are haploid cells, and each cell carries only one copy of each chromosome. All right, so the chromosomes that they have, like I said before, 23 chromosomes. Each of them have that, and each of them have one dose or one each of each. All right, so that word gamati, that definition, that fits pretty well. Do you brothers understand that definition?
Yeah, that I think that definition is pretty clear. That it's that's just a name for the what one would call in layman's terms the sex cells.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely. Okay. Moving on. How does it work? All right. So I need you to read this for me, brother Hal, if it's not a problem.
All right, not a problem at all. And forgive me if I pause a little bit. As you can see, the font is just a little off. So not off, but italicized, I think. So fertilization. Once released, egg and sperm alike are destined to die within minutes or hours unless they find each other and fuse in the process of fertilization. Through fertilization, the egg and sperm are saved. The egg is activated to begin its development program, and the haploid nuclei of the two gametes come together to form the genome of a new diploid organism. The mechanism of fertilization has been most intensely studied in marine invertebrates, especially sea urchins. In these organisms, fertilization occurs in seawater, into which huge numbers of both sperm and egg are released. Such external fertilization has been more accessible to study than the internal fertilization of mammals, which normally occurs in the female reproductive tract after mating.
Okay. So they just explained the whole process of how it works just now, but um, it's what they said at the end. It kind of tells you that the even the knowledge of how things work concerning people is limited, right? Because they said they can't observe these things happening within a female or a mammal because it happens in an enclosed uh inside the female's body. All right. So unless some woman gave up her body for study for this to take place, it's really no way for them to take place or to observe it um outside of some petri dish somewhere, right? So did you have something to add to that? Anybody else?
No, I was just gonna really say the same thing that you're saying. How would they know the actual process or be able to determine it without being able to see it, when it's happening. But
Absolutely.
knowing them and the level that they'll go to, they'll probably have two people demonstrating in front of them.
Hmm. Yeah, they
I,
could do that too.
yeah, I think from a part of what this definition is like pointing out from a scientific perspective, they're using a lot of guesstimates to say, okay, this is how it appears, or this is how it is rather in marine life, and it's easier to study because they can see it in the water, right?
Hmm.
And they assume that this is the same type of process that happens inside of a mammal. And
Mm.
so a lot of what they're studying again is guesstimates. This is how it happens in the water in marine life, so this must be how it happens inside of mammals. um, and I guess it would be fair, you know, although I'm not a scientist, it'd be fair to say that a lot of science is guesstimates and doing tests on things that might be relative to another thing that you can't actually see.
So even their hypothesis is not even formed based off of what they've actually witnessed within the human body. And even as elaborate as this image right here looks, this is all CGI. You know, this is this is what they believe happens, right? This is what they believe happens. This is not this is not concrete per se. Brother Yash, did you have something to add?
Exactly.
If you don't stop. Nah, it just made me think. It is kind of interesting though that they did use seawater, you know, because I think maybe the atmosphere of the sea is sort of, as far as the salinity of the water, maybe not as salty, but it sort of mimics the inside of a
Like the embryonic fluid.
yeah, that. And but I was thinking of that, how interesting it said that through the fertilization the sperm and egg are saved. The egg is activated to begin its developmental program, and the haploid nuclei, the two gametes, come together to form the genome of the new diploid organism. And it hit my mind, the two becoming one.
Mm.
That just hit my mind.
Yeah.
So that's the importance of male-female relationship.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, and I can agree with them that they're both saved through each other, through the merging of each other. They are both saved. Um, let's move on. Now we got this image right here, and this is what happens when this goal is met. Now this with this image, what we're doing, we want to really try to go into uh, fetus development, right? Um, what's supposed to happen as this seed grows within the body? What is it becoming, right? Um, and what we see right here is you have a fetus that's starting to form within the belly, and its arms and everything doesn't look like it's completely formed, but as you go further and further up the time frame, the fetus begins to have the arms and more distinct features that look like a fully formed human being. Now, because if the fetus doesn't have any arms, does that make it any less of a human being?
Right.
What about legs? If it doesn't have legs, does it make it any less of a human being? Or how about a nose and a mouth, right? Is that what makes it a human being, right? Because if we're gonna say because it doesn't have this or these appendages, right, it's not a human being, then what about people who are born not having these things? Are they not human beings? There are people that's born with any kind of defect you can think about. There are people that was born without it. There are people that are born without eyes, people born without legs, people born without tongues, noses, right? There are people that are born without these things. Are they less human beings? There are people that are born without some parts of their brains, right? And that's why I want us to look at this. And once again, we're dealing with a CGI image of what they believe it looks like, right? As the human forms within the womb. Right. So, well, what are your thoughts on that, brothers?
I guess the only question I would have for anybody who would say that a fetus or a lump, like how you look at the first stage there, they say that it's not a baby. If you look at that first stage, and if you look at the last stage, this is 9 different stages here. Does Is there any less life in the first stage than it is in the last stage? Will be my question. How does it get to the last stage? You know, it's like putting a seed in the ground. You know, once that seed is in the ground, now it's in its place where it could grow and germinate, but the life is still in that seed.
Exactly. And I was also thinking in that first, second, third stage, or we can all say the 5 stages at the top, where this we can call it a baby, we can call it a fetus, whatever we call it, I think it's all the same thing, because it cannot survive outside of the womb or body of the female. Does that make it any less human? Because it needs that nourishment, it needs that protection of the female womb to grow and continue the process of growing. So does that make it less human? Because it needs something, it requires something. I mean, when we're born and we're walking around, I'm now a grown man, I still need air. There's certain things that I need around me in order to survive, in order to live every day. How is that any different from the encasing of a womb receiving nourishment?
You know what I want to say also is that even after we're born, we're still developing. You know, even after birth, you know, there's still things that you know we cannot do physically. There are things that you know there's things mentally that we cannot comprehend or compute within our minds, right? Does that mean that an infant you know is not human now? You know, does it mean that you know a child that cannot perform the same task or the same biological task as a fully grown man or woman, are they now not considered to be human? Brother Yash, did you have anything to add on that? All right, so then we're gonna move forward. All right, so the images in the video we just watched were examples of fetal development. What I want to point out is that the same sperm that fertilized the egg has now merged or fused with the egg and begin to develop into a complete human being. This process will continue until a fully formed child is in the womb, at which point, sometime later, the child will be born. All right, so once again, we have the stages. All right, from fertilization to fetus to fully grown infant. All right. And we put what was that? Right. So I know a lot of people was thinking if you couldn't really get a clear image of it, you might have been asking yourself the same question, like, what the heck is that they showing? Right. But does the goal of the sperm go beyond fertilization? Right. The short answer to this question is yes. Beyond fertilization, there's fetal development, and after that, there is birth. Now, moving forward, there are 7 stages after birth that a human moves through during his or her lifespan. These stages include infancy, early childhood, middle childhood, adolescence, early adulthood, middle adulthood, and old age. And here's a chart that we can look at that will really in more detail describe what's going on during these stages and when we can expect them to take place. At the top, you see stage, period. You have personality attributes, and you have age. So you have the type of, how can I say, emotional uh graph here, or that we can expect certain things to happen emotionally according to the age. The early infancy, it says trust versus mistrust. So during those ages, the child is learning to trust or mistrust one, right? Then it says toddler, autonomy versus shame and doubt, right? So this is just another a process through the child learning its own body, learning how to its feelings. Then you have early childhood initiative versus guilt. And then you have middle childhood industry versus inferiority, and that's from age 6 to 12. Then you have adolescence, identity versus identity confusion. Now, this identity confusion thing, I think they're going somewhere else with that, right? But moving forward, young adulthood, intimacy versus isolation, that's 19 to 40 years old. Then you have middle adulthood, generatively versus stagnation, that's 40 to 65. And then you have older adulthood, integrity versus despair, and this is ages 65 and up. Um, what are your thoughts on these this graph and or what we read so far, brother, and within this particular segment?
I think when I see the graph, it automatically strikes me that the ages, putting personality attributes on particular ages is kind of strange because we haven't always, been bound. I don't know how else to say. We haven't always been bound to this, age span. We look back and we see the ages of some of the biblical characters. They lived up to 900 years old, 600 years old, those kind of things. So what would the personality attributes be for them? It would be quite different. So I don't know when this particular chart was done, but it's I would assume it's very current. I would assume it's different for every country and where you live, and what your life is like, what your culture is like. So I don't know. I don't know about this. I don't know about this chart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. How could you place these personality attributes in there without any kind of without any type of understanding of what environment the person may be in? And even if you're in a certain environment, everybody's not going to react the same way. So I don't know what the purpose of the personality attributes were or what was expected they was expecting to get from it. But honestly, you can go through any of these things throughout throughout your whole life,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and it doesn't have a set age. If we're gonna be honest about when these certain personality attributes are supposed to take place.
I love Amir Yasharel's last comment. He said, "Put that chart with the 12 tribes chart."
Yeah. Yeah, you put it right there with it, right? Definitely, because it doesn't really have any place. They could have just, it was good with the period and the age. You can go. Those are definite things you can go off of. You know, how what say you though, brothers? Eric and Josh, did you see anything outside of that?
Well, I guess when I look at this chart,
Yeah, I agree with you, brother Brian. That chart is based on a quote unquote normal life of a Caucasian, probably a Caucasian American child, but it doesn't take into account. It takes nothing into account. Nothing. Not your environment, not your experiences, not society's ills imposed upon. It takes nothing in account. Like uh where is it at? Middle childhood, 6 to 12. Industry versus uh first of all, let me go to 3 to 6. Initiative, early childhood, initiative versus guilt. Come on. I don't think shoot. Dang, when did I feel guilt? Shoot. I probably ain't start feeling guilty about stuff until I was probably about maybe dang, 12. Well, no, the first time I did, I remember I was 9 years old because I went to a church service and I did that's the only time I can remember it though, is when they preached this thing and I did go and accept JC in my heart. But I didn't really go through that kind of stuff. 11 years old. What do you, it says in industry versus inferiority. Well, I had a gun put to my head. I was 11 years old. You know, how many people at 11 years old had an adult man put a gun on their head and threaten to blow their head off? You know, so yeah, I rebuked that chart, just like brother Amir. I rebuked that chart. And okay, where was it at? Adolescence, identity versus confusion. That's how you know that they do these studies in order to find out how best to apply their wicked machinations onto other children. You know what I mean? They figured, or in other words, what they said in middle childhood, this is the best time that we can confuse them into thinking that they're confused. This is the time where they chose to watch, and actually they started in early childhood with this putting these uh sexual identity questions in the heads of children who aren't ready for it.
Yes, they did.
So it's just a way to manipulate their wickedness. You know, a friend of mine always says that white folk like to compartmentalize everything, and that's what they did. They've got your lifespan compartmentalized down to a science. That's my thought.
Brother Eric, you had something to say?
Well, looking at this chart, back when I took education courses, a lot of what we learned was based on Jewish philosophy. And so what this chart is really is them taking what's natural and implementing their own thing to it. Like, for instance, you know, early infancy. If you look at a child when they're born, they're trying to pretty much learn their way. Well, not necessarily learn their way, but they're at a vulnerable state within those age ranges. And so it's at those times that they develop a sense for their environment. They get used to who you are as the mother and the father, you know, mostly the mother in those cases. But when you get down to the adolescent portion, identity versus identity confusion, You know, you see a lot of that happening in society, but this is what they're pushing. You know, this is why they want to promote a lot of things to the youth, but also is based on a model that they want to set. Like I said, they take what's already established and they try to pervert it. So ultimately, this is a model that's set that they want everybody to fall into, or a mode, and ultimately they want you dead by the time you're 65. So that's what I get from the chart.
Yeah, that you and the brother Yash and Hal, y'all just made some really profound statements. I'm gonna put those on the table, right? Because I think we can further the discussion after this, just based off of those statements. But let's move forward. All right, so the conclusion of this all is that the purpose of a sperm cell is to be released during sexual intercourse and to eventually meet with an ovum or egg cell, which is produced by a biologically female body. All right. I'm glad they said that. All right. For those of us that don't know. Once united, the sperm will penetrate and fertilize the egg in order to create new genetic material. The end of the process is a fully formed male or female. The sperm's goal or purpose is to evolve, change, grow, and ultimately reproduce. Now, I put that there for a reason, because the view that a vast amount of society has on the sperm is that the sperm is mature and that's it, right? But my view, and I'm not a scientist, I'm not a geneticist, a biologist, or any of those things, but my view of the sperm is that its goal or its purpose is to evolve, change, grow, and ultimately reproduce. All right. These are just stages within the human life. All right. So for us to look at the sperm as anything other than a human, then we are negating its opportunity to do these things. All right. Now let's move forward. Not unless anybody had anything to add on to that. No.
No, I think what you just said is pretty tight. There's nothing to add to that. Not from my end. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So next topic. Is the seed alive? All right. Is it alive? And that's a really good question right there. But these are my thoughts of it. What constitutes life? Why are people disregarding sperm as being alive? Why the devalue of one of the main components needed to create another human being? Is it because of the size of it? Because of the sperm's role? Is it because it comes from a man? Does sperm require nourishment? Does it have instinct? Trees, bacteria, germs, all kinds of microorganisms are viewed as living. Is the value of life according to its size? Is life only valuable when it has an immediate benefit to us as a people? In this segment, we are going to compare the sperm to a fully grown human and ask the question, is the seed alive? All right. What are your thoughts on that, brothers? It is the seed alive? Is it dead? Is it alive? Is it just what is it?
Nothing on the inside of you is dead. Anything on the inside of you that's dead, your body's either going to try to get rid of it, or you're going to have to go to a doctor because it's going to affect you, have a negative effect on you. But nothing on the inside of you is dead.
And even with that, there's some sicknesses that we get, some diseases, you know, cancerous cells that get into your body are alive themselves, right? And they're put there to destroy, to kill other cells. So, even in getting sick, we have the sickness that's in us that is alive, and the purpose would be to kill that sickness. So, just to add a little bit to what Brother Ibri just pointed out, it's all life inside us, even if that life inside us is trying to kill us.
Mm. Brother Yash.
Esau always was a homosexual.
It is the seed of life. That's a real good one. Well, shoot, it swim. So I would have to say, yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. Because also they said the seed, it has a life. Oh, the seed. Yeah, the seed. See, now I'm getting a little mixed up. But both seed and egg have a lifespan, according to what they said. So, yeah.
Okay. Let's move on. Now we're gonna ask ourselves a question, right? What makes something alive? Could you read that for us, Brother Hal?
No
What
problem.
makes something living? Principles of biology.
What makes something living? All living organisms share several key characteristics or functions: order, sensitivity, or response to the environment, reproduction, adaptation, growth and development, homeostasis, energy processing, and evolution. When viewed together, these characteristics serve to define life. Different sources may use slightly different terms to describe these characteristics, but the basic ideas are always present.
So another thing we seen on there was just homeostasis. Uh, and homeostasis is any self-regulating process by which an organism tends to maintain stability while adjusting to conditions that are best for its survival. All right, so this is basically the intake of energy, or the process of energy. Now, we as fully grown human beings, we get that energy through nourishment, right? And it's no different when it comes to the seed, right? It's in under here where it says, is it alive? It says the nutrients found in semen will keep the sperm alive and provide energy while they race to the egg. Their main energy source is fructose, a type of sugar. All right. So here's the thing. All right, we have the seed, which is instinctively swimming to the egg. And while swimming to the egg, this seed needs nourishment or energy intake in order to complete its journey. But not only that, this seed will or have sensitivity or response to the environment. Right now, it says all right, so it has to have a response to an environment. So if you take that seed out of that process and you put it anywhere else other than somewhere to for it to be able to be not produced but preserved, right? You take this seed and you put it anywhere outside of somewhere cold, that seed's gonna die. All right. Then now you got adaptation and growth and development. That seed does grow. It develops into a human being. It grows, right? It has an evolution, right? It later on it will reproduce. So another definition for what is the alive, right? Biology: having life in opposition to death, living being in a state in which the organs perform their function as an animal or a plant which is alive. An infant does not have the ability to reproduce, right? This is what I'm saying. An infant does not have the ability to reproduce. The argument is that the sperm is a stage as one is developing into fully grown human beings. All right. So an infant doesn't have the stage to reproduce, neither does a sperm cell. All right. That comes later on as it develops. All right. Um, thoughts and questions, brothers. No thoughts, no questions.
Some pretty good stuff over in the chat.
Oh yeah. What do we have here? I can't stop the presentation.
Uh, Notorious Hebrew said sperm banks are evidence that sperm can live outside of the man.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It has to be Freud, and that's why I stated that. If you take the sperm outside of the man, but you don't put it in a situation where it can be preserved, it would die. So it has a response to its environment.
Yeah, but I think that's a true statement. Definitely, sperm cells, egg cells can be frozen and kept and maintained. But when we're talking about homeostasis, we're talking about self-regulating environmental changes or adaptations. So we're not talking about, anything like sperm banks or anything like, what would you call a place where a woman stores her eggs? Yeah, it would be called egg banks. I can't think of it right now.
It's not the uterus. Is
No. I
the
mean,
ovaries. Does she store in the ovaries?
right. No. I mean, an outside process like a sperm
Yeah.
bank. I can't think of what the word is right now. But again, when we're talking about homeostasis, we're talking about the adaptation of the organism itself, not something outside of that process.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And then you have to understand too, like even the process of how they leave the body. A woman doesn't have a choice whether or not she's going to drop an egg each month. Just a natural woman, depending on her cycle, or sometimes they vary, right? But
Hmm.
typically, a woman would drop an egg every month, right? A man
Hmm.
would not release. He would not release seed unless he's stimulated to do so. All right. What happens to the seed within him? That's not that's not expelled. Just like a lot of different things, I believe they may be absorbed into the body at some point, right? Um, but let's keep moving forward. All right, so let's talk about the development and shaping of the brain. Could you read that for me, brother?
No problem. The development and shaping of the brain. The making of the human brain from the tip of a 3 millimeter neural tube is a marvel of biological engineering. To arrive at the more than 100 billion neurons that are the normal complement of a newborn baby, the brain must grow at the rate of about 250,000 nerve cells per minute on average throughout the course of pregnancy. But it is not the volume of growth alone that makes the production of a human brain staggering to consider. The great number of functions that the brain reliably carries out and the specificity with which these are assigned to one or another type of cell or small location in the whole assembly are stunning in their complexity. Yet The feat of growing a human brain occurs in hundreds of millions of individuals each year. The brain's 100 trillion or so interconnections provide the physical basis for its speed and sophistication. But how is such an intricate network constructed in the first place? Does the genetic material of the fertilized egg already contain a full set of building specifications for the human brain, in which every cell is created as a minute increment in the overall design? And if the set of instructions is indeed so close and specific, how could chance or random mutations or the influence of the environment have played a role, as they so evidently have done and continue to do in the emergence of the first human brains?
So at the bottom there, we have the developing uh, sperm within the egg as it develops into a human brain, and right here on the right, you have a fully formed human brain here. All right. Now notice what we're looking at here. We're gonna go a little bit further here, just to try to kind of give our perspective on the fetal brain development. All right. Now we discussed this, and one thing we wanted to point out again, and I've said this before, we're not geneticists, we're not biologists, we're not scientists, but just based off of what we've seen, not only what I've seen just concerning these CGI things, right? But what I've observed with other animals, right? And some animals are not mammals. So, I'm just as limited on the understanding as these people are concerning the observation of this process within people, right? But based off of what I've seen, right? I've watched the seed as it's implanted, right? Or it's inside of an egg and it begins to grow, right? That seed that's implanted in the egg grows throughout the yolk and it forms its connective nerves endings. It forms everything within the egg. The egg provides the seed with the body and the bones to protect it. But let's read. All right, so in this image, during fetal brain development, it appears that the sperm is encased in the egg and develops into the brain and spinal cord. The egg provides the flesh and bones for protection of the brain and spinal cord, as well as all the other organs that are connected to the brain. The original sperm still exists and now functions as the governing system for the body. All right. Now, so what we're looking at here, when you look at this, what you're seeing is that same egg or that same sperm cell growing within the egg. This light part, this transparent area, that's the actual egg. That's the body of the sperm. Let's move a little bit further so we can take a look at something else here. All right. We have the sperm and we have the brain and the stem. All right. You have the sperm and the tail, you have the brain and the stem. What we view this as, the brain and the stem, is a fully developed sperm, right? The sperm encased inside of the egg and it grew its connective nerve endings and all those things to regulate the body. Everything is connected to the brain. The 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 eyes, the heart, the lungs, all these things are connected or regulated by the brain. All right. And the bone in the body given by the egg, which encases the brain and the spinal cord for protection, and as well as other parts of the organs that are connected to the brain, the rib cage, you know, the sternum, all these different parts of the actual flesh and bone that's meant to protect that original sperm that encased itself inside of the egg. Did you brothers have any thoughts on that?
Oh, I know we spoke about this before, and again, this we don't we're not scientists, but the very idea that you would have the sperm cells that come from men fertilize the egg that comes from women, and the very shape of the head of the sperm seems to become the brain, the tail of the sperm seems to become what the spinal cord, and this is the function, right? This is what controls the whole body of men and women, of human beings, is your brain, and that connection from your brain through the spinal cord into the rest of your body, um, and the brain being the center of your consciousness, as far as we know. It is the heart of of what you are, right? If we hear in scripture, um, the word says, what is in your heart, we know it's not talking about your actual physical heart. It's talking about what is in your soul, what is in your spirit, what is in your brain. The brain controls everything about you. um, so we just thought it was incredibly interesting how similar they look in the growth and development of the fetus into a brain and spinal cord.
Brother Eric, did you have anything to add on to that?
No, I didn't have anything to add.
Okay. So I mean, just to throw that out there, we're not even the only ones to make that comparison on that. There's been other people that have seen that same thing and asked that same question, and I would say this, we really can't trust everything that we've been told. You know, again, this society wants to minimize the importance of life. So, I wouldn't put it past them to, say, okay, yeah, let's say that this happens right here instead of what actually happens, in order to minimize the importance of the life growing inside of you. All right.
Hey, I will say this. It does, once again, like we talked about before, goes to show that, once again, with the brain, the spinal cord, and everything, and the development, we see what that develops from, how the life is in the seed, and there was a movie I was looking at once, not too long ago, where they were taking people and taking their brains, spinal cords out of certain people and placing them in these robots,
Mm.
So these robots ended up with these people's consciousness, and they trained these robots to serve certain purposes, but it also places uh, more ownership, more authority, and responsibility on us as men, because we see the importance of the seed and the development of the seed once it's placed inside of the woman that we choose to procreate with.
Mm. Moving forward. All right, so here's the conclusion of what we just went through. Is there proof that the head and tail of sperm cells develop to form the brain and spinal cord in human beings? No. However, the homeostasis pattern and key characteristics of sperm cells confirm that these cells are alive. We have no basis to disregard sperm cells because they are the commencement to human life. The value that men place on their seed is in direct correlation and constitutes the value men place on themselves and their loved ones. Life does not begin where human traits and functions are experienced by the senses. To be alive has a much deeper meaning. All right. To be alive, again, to be alive has a much deeper meaning. It goes beyond your consciousness of now. All right. Everything is a transition. Even what we call death is a transition. All right. What was your thoughts on that, brothers? And I gotta give hats off to the brother Hal for this conclusion because it's powerful. But what are your thoughts on this, brothers? If you could expound a little deeper, brother Hal first.
Right. Yeah. So in kind of formulating this conclusion, it was really for me all about, not finding definite proof because, again, I hate to keep saying this, but no, we are not scientists, and no, we haven't found significant proof to say that the sperm cells develops into the human brain and spinal cord. That's just the way it looks. It seems to be, to me, to be a bit of discernment to be able to say that. But the value of the sperm cell that comes out of us, out of men, should be valued as life. Because for all we know and for all we can conclude, it is life. It is the life of all of us, certainly of our nation. And for our nation to continue, this is what we need to cherish. This is what we need to take care of. I truly, certainly believe the way that this conclusion here is ended, that the value we put on ourselves and our family and our people is really in direct correlation to the value that we put on our seed. To throw this seed away is to not know, to be unaware, to or maybe just not care what you are actually doing with your seed. For me, on a personal level, I haven't always known this. Even coming up as a Christian, leaving Christianity, now in this Israelite walk, I haven't always known this, but now I know. So now it's incumbent upon me, myself, to be careful and mindful and value my seed and what I do with it. So I that has become incredibly important to me. I didn't always know. So now I know. So what do I do now?
Brother Eric, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I would say that the point is made that we're not scientists, we're not professionals, but I will say that I am convinced that this is the truth and that this is certain. I haven't always known it either. And, as always, I stand to be corrected. But what I would have to see is somebody disprove it. There's a reason why the seed of the man is being downplayed in a lot of ways, and it's because all of us, we are the seed of whoever our father is. That's who we get our identity from. That's who we get our consciousness from. Like you said, we were alive before, having feelings and being able to comprehend and sense doesn't constitute life. A person can be in an unconscious state and still be alive. And that's just like a lot of us, well, most of us, we're not aware of what was going on when we were in our mother's wombs. And even when we came out, none of us can really remember anything up until a certain point, you know, and that was due to us being in an environment where things had to be made familiar to us over a certain span of time. Once that happened, then our consciousness kicks in. Now you see certain things, whereas when you were months old, you know, you saw those things and never paid them any mind. But once you get to maybe a year old or 2 years old, now you're conscious of these things because you've seen them so many times, and now you're at a point to where you can comprehend them in a certain type of way. But you were alive well before that. And it took going through those things, through those developments, to get you to a point of consciousness to where you could start functioning in certain types of ways. But yeah, I'm convinced, man, that this is the truth.
Brother Yash.
Yeah. Yeah, hold on. I had to turn on a different computer because I couldn't hear E's voice. This is interesting. Let me put it this way. All throughout this discussion, you were making a point that you're not a biologist, you're not a scientist, you're not a, any of that. However, science, in many instances, science seems to or tends to it's like it's in place. It's a religion itself, but it's like it's been put in place to overthrow all common sense. It's like you're not seeing, or what you're seeing is not actually there, but we have an explanation for it, or it seems as if science seeks to disprove the things that are obvious, that you obviously can see, and also at the same time it disproves the things that you can't see. It's like its own, it's like it's its own God unto itself, and it seeks to elevate itself above all natural order. Whereas now we have people who do have these degrees, and that's the reason why I brought it up the first time, whom now you can't even define what a male or a female is. So my whole thought on the matter is, if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, then it is a duck. I can look, you can look at the sperm cell. I'm gonna hit you. Hey, stop. Excuse me. Yeah, you look at the sperm cell and you look at the tail, and without the explanation, without a scientific explanation, if you're just looking at it, it does look exactly like the brain, and with the stem, with the spinal cord attached to it, or like a tadpole. It definitely has its own mission or thought, because your body will release millions of sperm cells, and they're all in a race to go ahead and get that and to meet that egg. They're on a mission.
And the strongest one gets there first.
Exactly. And it's beating my tongue. And the strong and it's and the strong one does get there first. So there's a whole lot of thought, and there's a whole lot that is going on that is more than just chance or happenstance. And that is what you can't disprove, if you ask me.
Yeah. Well, I'll say like the actual seed tends or seems to be driven by instinct to go to the egg. So it instinctively goes there. So that in itself shows an early development of some form of consciousness, right? But I would say also what really summed things up for me within this conclusion that the brother Hal gave, right? It says the value that men place on their seed is in direct correlation and constitutes the value men place on themselves and their loved ones. All right. A lot of times, man, we're talking about semen retention. Honestly, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about semen retention under the understanding that the seed is alive. But not only that, by the means of which brothers are letting their seed go, it's not beneficial to the nation, right? If you're not married and you're just putting your seed into this woman and that woman, and you really don't care if she's going to decide to keep the child or not, that's not beneficial for the woman. That's not beneficial for the man. That's not beneficial for our nation, right? If you're and I know there's a lot of brothers dealing with this, right? If you're dealing with pornography, there's spiritual consequences for doing those things. When you're dealing with those type of things, all right, and you're letting your seed go, not only are you you're negating the rules that the Most High put in us to be fruitful and multiply, but you're simply spilling your seed, and you're allowing yourself to succumb to spiritual forces that may not leave you when you necessarily want them to. All right. So we have to as men be more prudent, be more wise, and be more disciplined in ourselves and how we're handling things, right? Our protection of our seed does not start when we impregnate a woman. It starts before that. It starts in different areas of our life: mental health, physical health, right? Everything that you take into your body, it affects the things that are living within your body, including your seed. All right. So it's really about, it's not about really to to point the finger, but it's really about really taking responsibility for our own actions. All right, we're looking at all these millions of babies aborted, right? We're looking at this, and but in order for those babies to be aborted, they had to be put into the woman first. All right, so it's really our responsibility. We are responsible for that, brothers. you know and we can't continue to be like, oh, keep impregnating women and then start pointing the finger because they want to have abortions. Choose wisely. There's a lot of women out there. Choose one that would carry your seed for 9 months, and have the baby. Did someone want to add something to that?
Yeah, Brother Bonnie, a great word. I just want to put a thought into including the brothers on this panel, and we may know the answer to this, but I want to put this thought, this question, into everybody's head. In the quote unquote so-called Old Testament, what was the reason for keeping eunuchs out of the congregation? What was the reason for an Israelite that had quote unquote bruised stones to be removed from the congregation. And just, if you don't know the answer to it, I suggest you look it up. I suggest you, study it scripturally. And if you know the answer to it, just contemplate it. I just wanted to put that in there real quick. Thanks, Brother Bonner.
Yeah, awesome. Absolutely.
Yeah, you know what? I've really been waiting on since you started this to say this. I had this conversation with my son. I think he was 15, 16. And his brothers, because he told, and his brothers. I had this exact conversation. And this is a conversation that the men of Israel ought to have with their sons. See, a lot of guys, a lot of men, we always want to have a boy. And the main reason why we want to have sons is because we don't have to worry about our sons coming home pregnant one day. That is a fact.
Yeah.
Now, first I'm going to shoot something out here. I raised girls. And for all the men out there, this is a little secret. It is much easier for you to teach your daughter to keep her dress down than to teach your son to keep his pants up. Now back to what I was talking about.
That's true.
I taught my son, and he's on here right now. So he'll yeah, son Jude is my son. So he'll verify this fact. That we must teach our sons the importance. I taught no man, because you already had one. All right, let me do this first. Excuse me. I'm gonna hit you in the head with this. Take it upstairs. Take it upstairs, please. Anyway, I told him the value and the importance of protecting your seed. You know what I mean? Because when he was starting to, when the little girlies were starting to get all fresh around him. So the main thing I told him, I let him know that's the reason why our community or our people's in the shape that they in, because guys will sit out there and go willy-nilly and just want to go ahead and get their little rocks off, and you don't even know what kind of situation or what kind of family your thing even come from. I said one of the most important things to do is to meet. You want to at least know how their parents are. You know, you want to know if the mama crazy. You want to know if the daddy crazy. You want to know if they're known to be out there in the streets. In other words, I told him you have to make sure that you plant your seed in good ground. You know, I honestly told him, and it was sad, but I told him I got lucky with them. Because nobody told me this. You know? And I could have messed around and got things, all messed up. It was just lucky for me in the will of the Most High that regardless of other circumstances that I went, brother, you're funny. Other circumstances that I had, the bad circumstances that I may have went through, at the same time, the Most High handpicked their mothers, or He allowed me to. I got lucky. I got lucky. Plain and simple. But not everybody's lucky like me. You know what I mean? So you really need to protect. Like he said, value your seed. It's more than just about a physical pleasure. You know what I mean? It's about bringing forth the next rulers, you know, of this world and in this nation. And that's your heritage.
Amen. Brother Eric, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I've done videos before dealing with the brothers and how a lot of times in our youth, the enemy wants to plant a lot of things in us in our youth. And so when you deal with issues like pornography, things like that, that's something that a lot of us young brothers get caught up in early, getting exposed to certain things like that, you know. But the records tell us about 7 spirits of deceit and 7 spirits that's given unto man that constitute life. And within that, the 7th spirit of life is the spirit of procreation and sexual intercourse. But seeing that that's the last spirit, the enemy wants to elevate that spirit. It says that um, the spirit of fornication, which is the spirit of deceit, is planted within that spirit of procreation and sexual intercourse, because the enemy wants to elevate that in us. And with these things being planted within us in our youth, it becomes hard to fight off for a lot of people, you know, because anything you start doing early, it becomes rooted in you and it becomes normal. And so by the time we get, you know, to being mid-teen going into our 20s, we think that the way we go about sexual intercourse and all these things are normal, not realizing these things have been perverted within us. So by then, a lot of people have had children in their teens. You know, a lot of people have done a lot of things in their teens and early spans of their life that resonate even in the adult years. You know, when it comes to children, you know, the Most High has a way of working those things out. You know, a lot of people have come out of certain things, and as a result of that, the Most High has made life better for them. You know, but what this does, or what it's supposed to do, is supposed to help us as brothers understand our position when it comes to us spreading our seed. We have to have standards. A lot of people don't like to hear that, and a lot of sisters may even get offended with that, but this is just the truth. The standards start with us as men. If men are the heads, then it's up for us to have the standards and exercise those standards. And within doing that, you know, we have to be firm in knowing and understanding what our purpose is for releasing our seed into a woman. You know, if it's not for the purpose of establishing a legacy, doing the Most High's will, and benefiting your people, this is how you give back to your people. You know, people are always talking about giving back. This is how you give back to your people, by, you know, bearing more people, you know. And so and even those brothers and sisters who haven't had children yet, you know, that don't mean that it's over. You know, there's a reason why the Most High has reserved certain people from having children. And it's for a good purpose. You know, I brought that out before as well. But us as brothers, we have to understand what this is all about. Even this issue with abortion, you know, this is really an indication of us not really being what we supposed to be and doing what we supposed to do. Putting the control and the headship in places where it don't need to be. It starts with us. The purpose of our seed is to grow our people and to contribute to the growth of our people. So if we have that mindset and we operate and move in that mindset, that'll change our environment. You know, that'll determine the type of woman that you desire and want to procreate with. And the sisters too, you know. This is not to absolve the sisters from anything, because once that seed is inside of you, now you're responsible for doing the part that the Most High designated you to do, and incubating that seed and creating a good environment for that seed to grow and to germinate as best and as good as possible. So we all in this together, but us as brothers, we have to set the standard. And I believe that when the brothers start really stepping up and being strong in this regard, that a lot of women will have no choice but to respect it, even though a lot of them may not be in agreement. And not to speak on any of the sisters in the chat, but when it comes to issues like this, headship, authority belongs to us. How we treat our seed, that starts with us. And so, good work, man. And like always, I hope this brings edification, and share this with people. You know, I know it's people lurking in the background. You know, share this with everybody, because this is what we're coming to. But that's all I got for now on that.
Amen, man. Great word, brother. Very profound. All right, so we're going to go into the last segment now. And that is, what is the biblical narrative of the seed? All right. So, the Most High created everything for his purpose, no matter how big or minute. Everything was created for a reason. The seed is ordained to carry out the commandments of procreation. Isaiah 45:18 says, "For thus said the Most High that created the heavens, the Most High himself that formed the earth and made it. He hath established it, he hath created it, not in vain. He formed it to be inhabited. I am the Most High, and there is none else." All right, so the Most High formed the earth, right? He formed everything for it to be inhabited. And thus the Most High gave this commandment to Adam and Eve in Genesis 1:28. And the Most High blessed them. And the Most High said unto them, "Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth." Now let me correct myself. This wasn't Adam and Eve, this was Noah. All right. But the Most High said, "Be fruitful and multiply," in Genesis 1:28. And the Most High in Isaiah 45:18 says, "He established and formed the earth to be inhabited." All right. So that means we're supposed to procreate. The Most High said to multiply, to have children. All right. That's what the Most High intended man to do. All right. That's why he gave men women and women men, so that we could subdue the earth and multiply upon the earth, have children. All right. Now let's go forward. The seed was known before the womb. Is this supported by scripture? Well, let's see what Hebrews says. And we're going to do that in correlation with Jeremiah. "And here men that die receive tithes, but there he receiveth them, of whom it is witness that he liveth. And as I may so say, Levi also, who receiveth tithe, paid tithes in Abraham. All right. So it says Levi paid tithes in Abraham, for he was yet in the loins of his father when Melchizedek met him. All right. So what is this telling you? This is telling you that Melchizedek met Levi while he was still in the loins of Abraham. Now, in Hebrew culture, we didn't call each other great grandfather, grandfather, and things like that. Abraham would have been known to Levi as his father. All right. Why? Because Levi would acknowledge that his progeny is from him. Hold on. And in Jeremiah 1:4-5, it says, Then the word of the Most High came unto me, saying, Before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. And before thou comest forth out of the womb, I sanctified thee and ordained thee a prophet unto the nation. Right? A lot of people take this as a spiritual sense. But if we do this in correlation with Hebrews, we understand that the Most High acknowledges the life that was in the loins of the man before it was implanted in the womb. You understand what I'm saying? So what are your thoughts on that, brothers?
Amen, amen, amen. Good word. I mean, I just understanding these verses in terms of, what they actually mean, and not quote unquote spiritualizing these to say that the sperm in my loins, Yah knows what is, which ones are or were meant to procreate with a woman. And that life is understood by Yah to be the beginning of life, not when it's already in the womb, not when it's past 20 weeks gestation, not when we see the baby coming out of the woman. That way before that, in my loins, Yah knew who I was. Yah knew who my children were. It's an understanding of scripture that I think is incredibly profound.
Amen. Brother Yash, Brother Eric.
No, I'm good, man. Y'all made it plain.
Okay. What say you, Brother Yash? You have anything to add on to that? All right, so we're going to move forward. All right, so we're going to talk about the sin of Onan. All right, we're going to give scripture from two separate sources. All right, one source is going to be from the book of Genesis, and the other source is going to be from the book of Jubilees, chapter 40, and we're going to go from verse 1 down in the book of Jubilees. But first, we're going to read Genesis 38:7. All right, now what I want to also say is the importance of the man's seed does not negate the fact that the women is the vehicle also in which we must join. All right, now to sum it up before I even read it, right? What we realize is through Genesis and Jubilees is that how can I say it? Tamar was destined to be the one to bring forth Judah. All right. Tamar was the one to incubate the seed. This was ordained by the Most High. And what in sins Onan, the sins of Onan, is because he refused to do that. All right. Now let's read in Genesis 38:7. Could you read that for us, brother Hal? Read both of them for me, please.
Sure, no problem. Genesis 38:7. And Judah's firstborn was wicked in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord slew him. And Judah said unto Onan, Go in unto thy brother's wife and marry her, and raise up seed to thy brother. And Onan knew that the seed should not be his. And it came to pass, when he went in unto his brother's wife, that he spilled it on the ground, lest that he should give seed to his brother. And the thing which he did displeased the Lord, wherefore he slew him also.
So Onan was given instructions to have seed or to have a child with his brother's wife that had died. But because he knew that the child wasn't going to be his, he spilled the seed on the ground. So he had intercourse with her, and instead of ejaculating inside of her the way he was supposed to, he wasted the seed and killed it and spilled it on the ground. All right. Could you read Jubilees now, brother?
Mm-hmm. And in the 45th Jubilee, in the second week, and in the second year, Judah took for his firstborn a wife from the daughters of Aram, named Tamar. But he hated and did not lie with her, because his mother was of the daughters of Canaan, and he wished to take him a wife of the kinfolk of his mother. But Judah, his father, would not permit him. And this the firstborn of Judah, was wicked, and the Lord slew him. And Judah said unto Onan his brother, Go in unto thy brother's wife, and perform the duty of a husband's brother unto her, and raise up seed unto thy brother. And Onan knew that the seed would not be his, but his brother's only. And he went into the house of his brother's wife, and spilled the seed on the ground. And he was wicked in the eyes of the Lord, and he slew him.
All right, so do you guys see the pattern drawn here? All right. There's a lot to say about this, because one, they're rejecting or they're denying the wishes of their father, who told him to, and also they're breaking a law that was supposed to be amongst Israelites to bring forth seed for their brother when when their brother dies. Now, if you didn't do that, the penalty for that was not death. What would happen is the woman would come and she would, I believe, hit you with the shoe and spit in your face or something to that degree.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So the penalty wasn't death, but what they was doing, the spilling of the seed and 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 the refusal to carry out their father's wishes, it was viewed as in another degree by the Most High. All right. And here's the summary for that. All right. Why did the Most High kill Onan? All right. So based off the fact that prophets can be ordained before the womb, and that the Most High acknowledged the Levites while they were yet in Abraham's loins, Onan's sin could have been much greater than previously understood. Onan's refusal to impregnate his brother's wife was not only disobedient, but anti-Mashiach. Wasting the life of the seed by spilling it on the ground was viewed as wicked to the Most High. Thus, he slew him. All right. Now we know that Tamar was was destined to bring forth Judah. I mean, destined to be in the line that brought forth Mashiach. Right. So when we start talking about Onan's and Er's actions, these were anti-Mashiach actions. There was more than a physical thing going on here. There was something going on in the spiritual realm too. You brothers have anything to add on to that?
No, absolutely. And we, Onan is is I guess the one that we see the most, right? Because of the actual act that he did in having sex with Tamar and spilling the seed on the ground. He's the one that we hear of the most. But if you look back in what we just read in Jubilees, we also see that was also viewed as evil and wicked in the sight of Yah. And that was because also did an act that was refusing to procreate with his wife Tamar, and this would include continuing the lineage of Judah. So what is obvious here and what can be concluded is that Tamar was the person chosen to continue the lineage of Judah. For whatever reason, and the reasons are stated, decided, okay, if I have to marry her, I'm not going to procreate with her. So he just didn't. He just refused to procreate with her. Onan refused to procreate with her also, but he also did an act that is what we're talking about here today. And that act was spilling his seed on the ground, which I can say in interpreting this and based on scripture was actual murder. That was removing the seed of Judah, that lineage, that seed, which would ultimately become Mashiach. He was killing that seed by spilling it on the ground. And that also, I believe, is part of Onan's sin and why Yah viewed him as wicked and slew him.
Any other brothers have anything to add? All right, so we're gonna move forward, and let's listen to Margaret Sanger. All right.
Johnson went on to say, whether our founder was a racist is not a simple yes or no question. Yet, in her own words, Sanger strived for a society that limited births to only those she deemed fit to have children. Many cite a 1923 New York Times interview in which she called some groups of people human weeds as proof of her racist motives.
All right, so we put Margaret Sanger in there because this just wouldn't be a complete lesson if we didn't mention her eugenics and her efforts to stop our people from procreating and existing. All right. I meant to put fair use, but I don't think it was long enough for anything anyway. But and we're commentating after this. But her whole thing was to get rid of our people. And I was in the Facebook chat and I seen someone that had the same mindset as her talking about, the value of sperm and the value of a fetus and the egg. And they was trying to negate it into just being a clump of cells. And there was actually a biologist in the room who had to educate them on such matters. And this is what they said. They said, I used to work in a cell culture lab where we maintain actual clumps of cells. A clump of cells is a disorganized, ununified, non-developing mass cells. They are growing in size, but not in developing. All right, but not developing. Right. And then stated lastly, the main difference between a clump of cells and an embryo is that the embryo is a whole human organism with goal-oriented growth and development. Clumps of cells don't do that. All right. So a lot of people are speaking ignorantly on what life is, and they don't even understand what it actually is. right? They want to relegate an embryo, a human life, into a clump of cells and say that this doesn't matter. It's just a clump of cells. Why? Because people look at things that are smaller than them, microorganisms, and say, "Oh, because this thing I can't relate to what this thing is doing. It's not alive." All right, they're placing the value of life on the size of things and whether or not they can perceive what's going on. And that in there lies the issue with this society. And we must not go along with that train of thought of thinking that way towards our seeds, towards our eggs, towards each other, towards our family, our children, or anything that is within our realm of growing a nation. All right? We can't do that. So I want to get brothers last thoughts on this one before I move forward.
I said white women valuing what is it, valuing putting value on the size of things. I said picture that.
You're murder.
Mm-hmm.
What's always crazy to me is how this straight up demon, Margaret Sanger, was able to, even well after her death and start of Planned Parenthood, excuse me, was able to convince quote unquote Black women that the idea of terminating a pregnancy was for the better, for the health of our women. It is just beyond me how any Black woman can even think, can even hear the phrase Planned Parenthood and champion that phrase. For me, it's just like championing the KKK.
Mm-hmm.
It is the exact same thing. It makes no logical sense to me. You don't have to do some incredible research to look at the history of Planned Parenthood. You can Google it, and these are the first things that come up. You can Google Margaret Sanger. These are the first things that come up. It doesn't matter whether or not she was racist. What matters is what she did and what she said. And in some sense, some would say, oh, it wasn't necessarily racist. And like I said, it doesn't matter if she was racist. Who cares if she was racist? Obviously she was, but who cares? What did she do? What did she say? What did she think about the lives of Black people and what they were worth? You don't have to be a genius to say, okay, if nothing else, even if I am pro-choice, to say I will not hold up a Planned Parenthood sign because I know what that means. Historically, I know what that means. That is just the most confusing thing to me, to see a Black woman champion Planned Parenthood. It is absolutely crazy to me. I just do not understand it.
Because they're living the life of Esau.
Stop, Troy. Hey, listen. That's my cousin. He's listening in with me. Anyway, my thing is, when you just look at the name Planned Parenthood, whose plan is it, and then what is the plan? See, what they've managed and continue to manage to do is to somehow make it seem as if it's a control issue, and they're saying that and to the black women, it's as if in their mind, it's as if you're the black man, your man wants to only control you, and you're nothing but an object to them. And uh today's women, because of the women's lib movement, don't want to be told what to do. And you know, we're living in a time where all common sense is thrown out the window because of science. So our women, and it's not even our women. It's like women have a society all of their own, and their society has now been perverted into or tricked out of accepting that they are valuable, and they've been tricked into believing that society imposes no value on them unless they have a man, and it's as if there's a great big rebellion, this, or it's a cry to say that we exist, or shoot, or we matter, and we know that, and we have to somehow uh they just have to realize, listen, in this struggle or in this life, there's a certain segment of society that will bound with you outwardly, but inwardly they're tied to their man. And our women need to realize that we need each other.
I would say I think a lot of sisters do understand that we need each other. I think that it's really up to us to those that don't believe we need each other, to leave those ones alone,
Mm,
right? To leave those ones alone, and start being more selective with who we're choosing, and start choosing these sisters that's been choosing us, right? And start giving these sisters that's been choosing us all the things that we've been giving to those sisters that wasn't choosing us, right?
right,
Start doing that, and that's why the focus of this lesson was the man, because the thing is, like, what a lot of time what gets lost in translation is that there is a large abundance of sisters out there that want to have seed with brothers, that want to raise up the nation, that want to serve the Most High, and these sisters are operating according to such, but a lot of times, because brothers because brothers they view a sister and they go off for attraction, right? Brothers don't have or not having the willpower
Mm.
to be like, nah, I'm not gonna deal with her. Because all right, so let's throw a scenario out there. You got a sister, she keeping the law, statutes, commandments of the Most High. You know, she's a respectful sister. You know, she doesn't have any more issues than you know,
The
she may
average.
have than the average, but she tries, and she's willing to make adjustments. She's willing to compromise, right? Right. But she doesn't look as good as this one female that's been coming on to you, trying to get you to to come check her out and everything. And this sister, she's completely in the world. She don't care about the Most High. She don't care about keeping the Shabbat or the feast days or any of. She don't care about the book, right? Brothers would go after that, right? Brothers would go after that for the sake of sex,
True.
right? And won't strap up or anything, right? And you shouldn't, you shouldn't be doing anything unless it's your wife anyway. So strapping up shouldn't be an issue, right? But brothers would go and lay with that, right? They'll lay with that, and then they'll not lay with the sister who would have been a better choice, who would have made a good wife, who would have made a good mother, you know, and they choose the other one because she looks a little bit more attractive. Why? Because brothers have been taught, and we've been taught in our own mind also what to want.
Yeah.
Right? Why? Through subliminal messages, right? Through pornography, through whatever standard of beauty they want to put out there. You turn on the computer at any time of the day, they gonna throw it in your face.
Yeah.
And say,
Nowadays, work
this is
out.
what yeah, but it works both ways on the men's side and the women's side. Right? You have sisters thinking that's what men want. Right. And then we got men saying they don't want that, but choosing that anyway. Right. So it's really it's incumbent upon us to start choosing our seed and start choosing the righteous women, and just not any woman. Right.
Hey, I agree with that wholeheartedly, and because I even be dealing with a lot of the guys on our job, and try to on my job, trying to let them know, because we are out of control, and that's the main problem right there. I mean, I know the guys, they be looking at these women with the all they do is twerk, and this one has a bad body, this one is fine, this and that, and and I'll be telling them, yeah, but that's they devils. I said, they garden tools, and anybody can get them. Oh, no, anybody. Look, man, if you can degrade yourself to that level, any man can get you. All he got to do is know what to say.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the truth, and that's why I had to have that conversation, like I said, with my sons. I had to let them know,
Mm-hmm.
you got to guard your seed.
Mm-hmm. Taking it back to what the brother Eric was saying earlier, it's really about our authority, acknowledging our authority, and and taking that up in our choices, that we make, But let's move on. Let's move forward here. All right, so here's the closing remarks for this PowerPoint. As man has a purpose in life, so does his seed. We must pave the way for our seed to have the same chance we have to continue the growth of our nation. Nobody can do this for us. It is our responsibility to ensure the survival of our people. Egypt tried to exterminate Israel by killing their infants, And now our enemies have taken on the same spirit to thwart our destiny. They have said in their spirit, the children of Israel are more and mightier than we. Come, let us deal wisely with them. Let us cut them off from being a nation. Brothers, men of Israel, to whom much is given, much is required. Protect your seed, protect your women, protect our nation. And that's the closing remarks. Do anybody have anything they want to add on to that?
Just want to say amen.
Yeah, I concur. Amen, brother.
Yep. Amen.
Amen. So that concludes the PowerPoint. What I want to do is I want to take a short break real quick. I'm going to play some music, and then we're going to move on to another conversation, an article that we was looking into. All right. So let me throw on this song right here. It's about 4 minutes and 30 seconds. We're gonna play this music, and we'll be right back with you. Make sure. Can you brothers see the screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah.
All right, great. So we're gonna play this right here. Story of a Black Man by Pharrell featuring Shaddai.
Every day, my brother struggle just to wake up. Avoid the pain. Take a substance just to stay afloat. Cause socially, economically, you find us on the bottom here. They make the truth seem like a lie. A man with no power is buried alive. This is the story of a black man. They don't know the untold story of a black man. They don't know. Man, it's so hard to be a black man. We fight to stay alive. From day to day, we just survive. This is the story of a black man. They don't know.
I'm a black man, so I can let you know about it. It's so hard to make a living. You can't get a job. How you gonna stay grounded? Police all around you. The streets all around you. We on the news every channel. We kill our own people. Burning out like candles. These rappers want to talk about money. Black people still on the streets homeless. Black people want to talk about money. Black people can't afford a new toilet. Walk around head high like a flawless. You gotta be crazy. We in the endangered species. We murder our own babies. We lack knowledge, miseducated, no patience. Did you ever take a look in the Bible and see that we used to be greatness? We had a nation, outnumbering the stars. We abandoned our God. Take a look how we changed it. Slaves coming off of a slave ship. They used to put chains on the wrists. Now you put the chains on our necks. We're still slaves like we don't exist. We're still slaves like we don't exist. You better wake up quick before it's too late. Deuteronomy chapter 28. Look at it.
Black man. They don't know the untold story of a black man. They don't know. Man, it's so hard to be a black man. We fight to stay alive. From day to day, we just survive. This is the story of a black man. They don't know. We started at the top, now we here. I said we started at the top, now we here. At the bottom. Oh, great King, where have you gone? Do you remember? Is your legacy gone? Away, away. You were the first man with language, first to write and speak, first to form a system of spiritual beliefs.
So these people of the Bible was once prince and princesses, kings and queens.
Now get up off your knees. This is the story of a black man. They don't know the untold story of a black man. Man, it's so hard to be a black man. We fight to stay alive. From day to day, we just survive. This is the story of a black man. They don't know, they don't know, they don't know, they don't know, they don't know.
Of what they think, but they really have no understanding of how we feel as a people. Suppose the Bible had that answer. Suppose the Bible had that answer. Now think about it.
All right. All right, all right, all right. Okay. Brothers here?
Yep.
All right, so this is what I'm gonna do, man. I'm gonna throw this link out there. And anybody that wants to join this conversation that we're about to have also about this. Hold on, let me check it. All right. Yeah, anybody that wants to join this conversation, hit the link and come on in and join us in this conversation. We're about to check out this article that really kind of points to the same things that we was talking about within this PowerPoint in this lesson. All right. There's the link right there. If you want to join, feel free to hit the link. But we're gonna get into this article real quick. Let's take a look at this article. I don't know if any of you brothers want to read it again, read this article for us again, Brother Hal, Brother E.
I'm sorry. Brother Eric, I cut you off, man. If you want to go ahead and read, I've been reading. You're more than welcome to.
Yeah, it's no problem, and I'll give you some relief.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, bro.
I appreciate it.
I'm gonna finish eating my breakfast right now.
All right, great. All right, so I'm gonna pull this up real quick. And I'm gonna grab this article. All right, so can you see it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, so the name of this article is "Are Sperm and Egg Cells Alive?" So let's start with start right here. As a matter of fact, let's start with this one where it says despite many claims.
Okay. It reads, despite many claims to the contrary, life does not begin at conception. It is an unbroken chain that stretches back nearly to the origin of the earth. 4.6 billion years ago, yada, yada, yada. Nor does human life begin at conception. It is an unbroken chain dating back to the origin of our species, tens of hundreds of thousands of years ago, yada, yada, yada. Every human sperm and egg is, beyond the shadow of a doubt, alive. They are not human beings, of course. However, it could be argued that neither is a fertilized egg. I said that because I don't like how they try to stretch things over spans of time. But anyway.
Yeah. Yes.
Huh?
Yeah, go continue.
It says some animals, an egg develops into a healthy adult without benefit of a sperm cell, but not so far as we know among humans. A sperm and an unfertilized egg jointly comprise the full genetic blueprint for a human being. Under certain circumstances, after fertilization, they can develop into a baby. but most fertilized eggs are spontaneously miscarried. Development into a baby is by no means guaranteed. Neither a sperm and egg separately, nor a fertilized egg is more than a potential baby or a potential adult. So if a sperm and egg are as human as the fertilized egg produced by their union, and if it's murder to destroy a fertilized egg, despite the fact that it's only potentially a baby, why isn't it murder to destroy a sperm or an egg?
All right, so here's the argument that we see being made. This person is actually making the same case that we were speaking about, that the sperm is alive, and if it's murder to kill uh and a fertilized egg or a human in transition, or in the transition of developing into a fully grown human, why isn't it not murder to kill the sperm or the egg? Now, this next person that's going to come forward, they're going to say some things. Some of the things are going to be inflammatory. Some of them going to be how can I say what sarcasm, use sarcasm towards this person's statements, right? So let's continue reading, brother. I'm gonna scroll it up so you can start at Segan's. Hold on. Start at Segan's goes in to suggest.
All right, Sagan goes on to suggest that if abortion is murder, then masturbation must be mass murder. The main problem with this conclusion is that it ignores the fundamental difference between a sperm and an egg prior to fertilization, and the zygote which results through fertilization. The difference is genetic. Former United States Surgeon General and pediatric surgeon C. Everett Koop wrote, "A sperm has 23 chromosomes, even though it is alive and can fertilize an egg. It can never make another sperm. An egg also has 23 chromosomes, and it can never make another egg. Thus, we have sperm that cannot produce and eggs that cannot produce unless they get together."
Keep going.
It says sperm and egg cells in themselves are not complete. If left alone, they will die after a few days, never developing into anything other than what they are. The sperm shares the genetic code of the man. The egg shares the genetic code of the woman. It is only in combination, when the 23 chromosomes from the father join the 23 chromosomes from the mother through fertilization, that a new biologically distinct human being comes into existence. This one fertilized cell, in fact, contains all the information necessary for a lifetime of human growth. Quoting C. Everett Koop again, "All that makes up the adult is present as the ovum and the sperm are united, the whole genetic code."
All right, start right there. So I found something interesting within that, and that is where it says the sperm and the egg cells in themselves are not complete. If left alone, they would die after a few days, never developing into anything other than what they are. So the reason why I find that interesting, because is there anything that dies that begins to develop into anything other than what it died as? When you die, do you continue to develop, or is that it once you die?
You start to diminish.
Yeah, you start to degrade, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what is the point of saying they die and they never develop into anything? The point of that was to diminish the importance of them, right?
Yeah.
Right? To negate that they are alive,
Right.
right? So that's why he's mentioning, oh yeah, they die and then they're never going to develop into anything other than what they are. Everything that dies, all development stops once it dies. Right? Then you go into degradation. You degrade, right? And even as we are alive right now, we are degrading, right? So I don't. So from somebody who is supposed to be knowledgeable and supposed to be a doctor, it doesn't make sense to me that he would say that. But let's keep going. Not unless you brothers got something to add on to that. No.
No.
Let's keep reading it.
It says later in the article, Sagan again resorts to philosophic sleight of hand when he writes, to date, murder uniquely applies to killing human beings. Therefore, the question of when personhood, or if we like, ensoulment arises is the key to the abortion debate. When does the fetus become human? When do distinct and characteristic human qualities emerge?
Mm.
Notice what these questions assume. They assume that the fetus does not become human until it exists or until it exhibits human qualities and characteristics. In other words, Sagan has substituted something that is measurable, the specific species of a living being, with something that isn't relative characteristics of a species. He goes on to assert that characteristically, human thought is the only unique characteristics that humans possess, and conclude that human beings who can't think like a human being shouldn't be recognized as human beings. The manifold dangers of this conclusion notwithstanding, this is not the point he set out to prove at the beginning, that embryos and fetuses are qualitatively the same as sperm or eggs. Though Sagan's article does contain some accurate observations regarding the morality of abortion, his conclusions are not well reasoned. In the broad set sense, his assertion that legal protection should be connected to human thought has dangerous ramifications that go well beyond the abortion debate. No matter what someone believes about the ethics of abortion, the fundamental differences between a sperm and an egg and an embryo are biologically obvious and undisputed.
Undisputed. They are alive. All right. They are alive. Right. And you know, he made a statement that I've said before. Okay, if you're tying whether the egg or the embryo is alive based on consciousness, right? Do you realize, right? There are people that's going to open the floodgates to just kill people if they don't think the way you think, right? Oh, you don't think the way we think, so you should be murdered. I'm like, yo, don't you realize if you devalue the sperm and the egg, right, that your life now no longer has a value, right? If you're putting those same stipulations and saying based off of this egg is not alive, then you can look at an infant and be like, yeah, well, it's not really human yet. It's not us, it's not this.
Exactly.
When you start placing those type of stipulations on something, or whether or not to kill something, it don't stop there.
Yeah. I mean, but look at where we are though, in terms of, when I say we, I'm talking about, the construct of this society, how we think, you know, how we taught to go about things, and look at how this is such an issue. This is not hard to understand. You know, it's not hard to understand, yet you have two people of two opposing views within the same field making, you know, lots of money, and they're both certified. You know, how does this man get to be certified as anything, or be on a level with this opposing view, and they're both in the same field over this issue that should already be understood? Like, even to say that, you know, there is life in the seed, okay, whoop-de-doo, we know that already. Why is it such an important issue? And why is it such a distraction from you know, other things to know, or to disagree on whether the seed is alive, or whether, you know, you should be considered human up to a certain point? All these things should be understood, but they're not.
Well, you know what though, bro? If you look at the people that's pushing the agenda, that's a part of the opposite side of these discussions, that want to negate the life of the sperm, and the life of the embryo, and the life of the fetus. If you look at who these people are, and what their practices is, then it becomes more and more clear what's going on in the spirit that's governing it. All right. When you got a lot of lesbians against it. You got a lot of LGBTQ, XYZ, whatever letters they got attached to them, right? They got all those letters attached to them, right? You got Skittles attached there, right? You got that community, right? And then you look at what's happening in that community, and how they view themselves, right? The suicide rate amongst them, right? The fact that they don't want to procreate with women, they don't want to procreate with men, right? You're dealing with a spirit that's against life, all right? You're dealing with a spirit that's against the commandment of the Most High to be fruitful and multiply. You're dealing with a demonic spirit, right? And that's the reason why that spirit wants to go in and start influencing people who might otherwise be procreating with each other, right? Because if it can't get to you in that manner, where it's convinced you that, you know, being uh with the opposite sex, right? If it hasn't convinced you of that, now that spirit now wants to convince you that you should just terminate the life within you now, you know, or you should you know, you can get rid of the whole thing within
Yeah.
you, you know.
But you know, everything that they try to destroy and do away with, they have to replace it some kind of way. So now, you know, we want to stop procreation. So now we have to fabricate it in some way, form, or fashion. Now they have their own way to incubate babies and pretty much grow their own babies, because you have to have life some kind of way if they're gonna fulfill their agenda. You know, they have to have a class underneath them so that they could be elevated and be on top. So they have to replace life, just like everything else they've destroyed. They had to replace it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a lot of women in this society don't need men, and it's true, they don't, because they have a lot of replacements. So it's not that they don't need men, you know, is that they have a way to you know, facilitate it in place of a man, in order not to, you know, give the men what they need, or to allow the men to thrive. It's the same thing with the children. They replacing it.
They're wicked imaginations, bro. For instance, if let's say they could, let's say they start growing humans in pods, or they start allowing people to really kind of make a child the way they want to make it, right? I can guarantee you it won't be long before one of these depraved minds want to have a child that got horns growing out the back of his head, or someone that want to have. Oh, I want to have a child to have cat eyes. That's the type of stuff they put out there. That's the type. That's how they think. You know. Oh, I want to have a child to have octopus arms, and I want my child to have half octopus. This is the way these people be thinking. You know, their minds are twisted, right? It's twisted and perverted, man. And they have wicked imaginations, you know. So on one end, you want people that have a natural affinity towards each other to stop having children, right? And on the other hand, you want to be implanted with the uterus of a woman, right? You want to be able to give birth to a man wants to give birth to a woman or give birth to a child, right? You want to be able to have that ability while at the same time telling someone else, they don't need to really do that in order to fulfill their purpose.
Yeah, I love that point you made, Brother Banya, about the spirit of all of this. And that's just such a strong point, because now currently in the day we live in, it's all about you and getting what you want the way you want it. If a woman gets impregnated by a man, you know what? I could just terminate this pregnancy, or I could not. And it's just this spirit, what you said, Brother Bonnie, just this spirit, this idea that anything that I want in my life, I should be able to have, and by any means necessary, I'll get it. I shouldn't have to work for it. If I make a mistake, I shouldn't have to pay for that mistake. There are no consequences to the things that I do. Look, women, if you have sex, it is very likely you will get pregnant, right? That's just a consequence of being a woman. And part of what we did here today, or I hope we did, and I hope that everybody understood, is that men have the ultimate responsibility for life. The life is inside of us. And if we are really, really picky, if we are really very selective, and we're on watch, and we're discerning and following the laws of Yah in everything that we do, it is ultimately up to us who we give our seed to. It is ultimately up to us how our nation grows and what our people look like and what our women even decide to do. There would not be lines and lines of Black women standing outside of abortion clinics and Planned Parenthood if men took the responsibility that we should take. Why does this woman have my seed in her if she gets it, finds out she's pregnant, and is going over to an abortion clinic to get that child removed from her womb? This is our responsibility.
Yeah, because it wasn't part of the plan. That's why.
Right. Right. Exactly. So it's just, like you said, it's just this spirit of, a quick click, right? It's like I can get whatever I want, right? I can order whatever I want online and have it to me in 5 minutes. Amazon quick delivery. I just want to be able to do whatever I want to do with no consequences, and that's the spirit that's hitting the world right now and hitting our people, and that's what we have to be aware of, and we have to change.
Yeah, that's tough, brother. How that's a good word.
Indeed.
Also, this is dealing with the accountability on behalf of the brothers. This is not to say that brothers are responsible for what women choose to do, but we are responsible in our choices and being responsible with who we procreate with. If you were a sister who doesn't agree with the word of the Most High, don't agree with the order of the Most High, then it's up to you as a man to decide not to pursue that or try to build in that type of situation. Because a sister like that could potentially make that decision, because that's the archetype of the society that we live in.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to be responsible as men on what we do and what we choose. And when it comes to the sisters, you have to be responsible in who you receive. Sisters are smart and have discernment too, but whenever you put yourself in a position to not be under any type of authority, even if you're not with a man, you can look to the Most High's word and understand the path of a woman and how a woman should be, and let that be your authority. You don't have to yield to everything just because, that's the model of a woman or that's the idea, especially when it comes to dealing with consequences for what we do. But we all have to be responsible. And once again, brothers, we got to be responsible from the jump.
Real talk. So nobody bid on the link, so that's cool. Does anybody have any questions? Any questions from the chat? If y'all have any questions, come bring them. Bring your questions. All right. Do any of you brothers have any questions while we wait to see if they have any?
I will mention a passage in Deuteronomy. He talks about one of the blessings that we will receive is that he will bless the fruit of our seed, right? And even in bringing us back, he said he's going to multiply us above our forefathers. What does that mean? That means that the Most High wants us to be fruitful and multiply, And so having children is a blessing. It should be looked at as a blessing. And we have to develop that understanding, to understand the Most High's intent in all of this. We tend to be selfish when it comes to these kind of things. You have a lot of brothers who say they don't want children or they don't want to have a lot of children, and a lot of sisters say the same thing. But what is the Most High's intent and plan? You could be one of the ones he wants to use to further his people, continue his people. But if we adopt the notions of our enemies, then we'll miss that.
Oh, you got jokes now. Okay. Brother Leo said, how is it y'all can do a whole show and no one gets oh man. Hey, the link is out there for you, brothers and sisters. I just you just lost Josh. Brother Raphael, yourself. Yeah, that was the link. I just put it out there again for you, brother.
I
I just
think
put it out there.
I think we should let Brother Cleo on here so he could do the altar call right now.
Yeah.
Cleo with it. Brother Cleo with it trolling this, man.
Yeah, he trolling the chat. What do you say?
How is it that y'all do a whole show and nobody gets saved? That's Berean probably be saying. Berean. No. Y'all. Hey. So Jason Philip McCauley says that's only because we're oppressed and we brought into the idea that children will make it even more difficult. Newsflash, Israelites, is going to be difficult either way you look at it. Amen. It sure is. Hey, shalom, brother. How you doing, brother Raphael, yourself? Amen. It sure is. Hey, shalom, brother. How you doing, brother Raphael? Doing great. You got a little bit of noise in the background.
Figure it out. I'm gonna have to come back in and do it right beginning next time.
Hold on. I'll give you a second to get your stuff straight. The sister said, unorthodox said, our grandparents had tons of kids, which produced large families. We loathe the responsibility so much. We're not multiplying, we're dividing. Yep. We loathe each other, like we loathe each other, even within our communities and our families, you know. We just can't wait to get from around each other, you know. Oh man, I can't wait to get, you know what I mean? You look at how things are handled, man, within our society, man, and within our community. You know, it was the results is what we looking at today. You know, the results is what we looking at today. If we don't do certain things, then you know, other nations and other people, man, they're not all of them. I'm not gonna say that this is on the average, but you know, when you look at how they conduct themselves and how they do their families, man, you know, they're not kicking their children out at 18 and whatnot. You know, they're not, you know, they're not saying, oh, well, when you get 18, you got to get out of here. It's like, okay, how does the age 18 prepare you for the world? How are you prepared? Because I mean, because you're 18, all of a sudden you're prepared for the world. You know. So we absolutely we deal with each other like we hate each other, you know, while other people would sit there and they'll raise their children and be like, they'll have their rules and things like, look, you know, while you're in this house, this is what you got to do. You know, you get yourself a job, save your money, go to school, one of these two, right? And you know, you stay here. 18 is not it doesn't mean that, you know, you've reached that age, but that don't mean you're mature mentally, you know,
Yeah.
or you're prepared. You know, it's like, oh, send them out there. I hope you be prepared. And you ask black people with all the stuff we got against each other, with all the things that we got to get going against us. You think that is prudent to send your child out there into the world because he's 18? There's adults not prepared. Grown people in their 30s coming upon things that they're not prepared for. But you think, you know, because they're 18, it's time to they kick my mom and dad kicked me out when I was 18. That's what you did. That's become a culture of discarding each other.
Yeah, know? It's more of a model that was set, you know, especially when you look at our people, you know, if you go back and look at some of the history, that was done at a certain point because that was one of the men's way of wanting to contribute, going out at an early age. A lot of them went to the military, a lot of them went to work, but they diminished that over time, and made that 18 thing a model. But what it really does is it isolates as well, because average person 17, 18, you graduate in high school, and now the thing is going into college. Well, more so now, a lot of people are venturing into entrepreneurship, but you had that spell where at 18 you go to college, and in college is where they condition you to lose most of the values that you were brought up with. And so it goes back into that model, at 18, you're supposed to be doing this, and by this age, you're supposed to be doing that. And so we fall into it, not realizing that all the time up to 18, we're not really getting the nourishment that we're supposed to be getting, from childhood all the way up to that point. Once you reach that point, now it's an expectation. You're 18 now, go out and do this. And some people, are able to do it, and do okay. But for the most part, you see failure in that regard.
Hold on, we got a question. Jacob Israel said, "I thought this was a Holy Spirit filled show. Why ain't nobody spoken tongues?" Let me give you some. Shama the Mercedes Mahanda.
Hey, brother Cleo, put Scooter Baba in the chat.
Some of the Mercedes a Honda.
How you spell Scooter Baba?
Skibbity doo bop bee bop bee. You know what? That's what I'm gonna do. I'm a download Grandmaster Flash. Skibbity bee bop the doo bop.
Yo, we ain't got no tongues interpreter here. What about you, Brother Yash? You could interpret what Brother Vanya just said, man.
Mumbo jumbo. That's from the
Oh man.
Why do I have to suffer like this? What is this, man? This is like foam. My wife just gave me a rice cake. People eat these things?
Put some salt on it.
Are y'all supposed to help? Really? I feel like I'm eating foam with salt on it.
Salt. Put some hot sauce.
Hot sauce? Oh, man. There you go with your southern ways.
I don't even really eat hot sauce like that either.
Everybody always assume it though.
I don't even have none in my cabinet right now.
You assume that you got some Louisiana hot sauce in there. I can't eat hot sauce like that. I can't eat hot stuff. It messes my stomach up. I had ulcers a long time ago, and I don't know. The older I get, I think it's my body just like, nah, you can't do that no more.
Yeah, it's a good cover up. But yeah, I told you I'm convinced of that model you showed, man, that is true. Even though we say we're not scientists and all that, what is science really proving that's true, And I guarantee you nobody will refute it.
Listen, most of science is theory, and theory and hypothesis, and hypothesis, that's only an educated guess. Same, like if both of them mean the same thing, basically, theory.
Hey, Hey, Thor. I want Thor to come, I want Thor to come in and explain what he's saying. Because here's the link for you, Thor. If you want to come in and explain what you're talking about. He said if your people aren't circumcised, you aren't Israelites because you wouldn't be children of Abraham. And then our friend Thor said, if your people aren't circumcised, you aren't Israelites because you wouldn't be children. You said that already, didn't you?
First of all, you got to start it off. What do you mean by your people or you people?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it like Tropic Thunder. What do you mean, you people?
You know, back in my day, it was
your people.
A man broke his jaw because he said "you people."
Yeah. Okay. He said that like 3 times, bro. I want him to explain that. I don't understand what he's talking about. Break it down for us, Store. Come on in, man. Don't be scared, man. Don't be scared of you people. Your people. You know what I mean? That's interesting though. I like when people come in and they ask stuff like that. You know, but they be scared to come into the onto the panel and explain what they actually mean. You know what I mean? That's interesting though.
And technically, who can honestly say that they were circumcised after the covenant?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, especially nowadays, what you went through. What do they call that procedure? You know, when they circumcision, but it has another name to it. I forget what it is, but it's not on the 8th day. Even you know, if you look at the law, most of the adult men who got circumcised, it was under the understanding of being under the covenant.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
nowadays we do it at birth. You know,
we got James
Yeah.
Evans.
Brother James Evans.
Brother James, what's up,
Yeah,
brother?
hello. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, brother. How you doing?
Oh, I'm good. I just entered because y'all want people to enter. So
yeah, absolutely, man. So what's going on with you, brother?
Nothing. Just chilling with y'all. You know, getting the word and the understanding from other brothers.
Absolutely. So, how'd you feel about this lesson tonight? You had anything in particular that you found interesting?
The tongues. You know, when the brother said the tongues, and people don't understand that the speaking of other tongues. When he said he scattered us and he scattered our language, but like we coming back together with the spirit to a pure language.
Amen. Definitely coming back to a pure language.
Unorthodox is wrong for that. Look at what she put in there.
He said Thor of Asgard ain't coming. Yeah, Thor ain't coming nowhere. You know, I like when we get those because you know, salt of the earth, man. We've been trying to be a little bit more inviting, you know, because a lot of times, man, we look like camps to people, man. They be like, oh, I ain't going up there. No camps gonna be tearing me up with the scripture, but you know, yeah, we just trying to be a little bit more inviting. But just going back to the brother James Evans, man. It's a pleasure to have you here, bro. So what's your thoughts on tongues, though, brother? Could you educate us on that, or you know, or just give your perspective?
Well, like I said, on tongues, when he said in other tongues, he said that people would interpret it because we scattered throughout the earth. So if you speaking in another language, you have to have an interpreter to break it down. So when he scattered us, he scattered the pure language. And now that we, you know, coming back together as people in the righteous spirit, he's making the language pure again.
All right.
Brother James.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask him what he thought about the Hebrew language today and how it's used. Do you think it's a pure language?
Today, it's by interpretation of who's giving it, because the false prophets gave it impure, and that's why we got scattered. So I figured by different languages, and if you get the correct understanding, that's how he purified the language.
Hey, brother Ralph, if you on YouTube too, mute your YouTube one so it doesn't echo. All right, brother Raphael Yosef, can you hear us?
Okay.
All right, brother Raphael Yosef. Just so that.
Yeah, I'm kind of a little behind with the tech stuff. Chill, trying to work it out. Is this better?
Testing. Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, just turn the YouTube off.
Just turn YouTube. Just turn YouTube off. You can just turn.
Turn it off.
Yeah, you can just click off the YouTube and that'll eliminate the echo altogether.
How's that?
Hold on, testing. Perfect. Brother Ticey rolling in the house, bro.
Finally got it working. I finally got it working, man. I'm on the phone. Hey, I'm just better how I'm doing this out here. Just letting you know. I'm just letting y'all know. But you know, I'm at home. I'm with family. Trust me, dude. I was like, bunk it. I'm gonna go kick it with family. I've been working in and off. You know, it's like 3-something in the morning here, man. But that, man, this is like a lesson. Dude was right on that, man. It's like a lesson you build with your family. You can build with your kids. This was a bomb lesson, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Thanks, bro. Hey, it's not a lesson without the brothers and sisters listening. You know,
man, y'all gotta keep doing what y'all doing, real talk, because we needing this, and we coming together, noticing this everywhere, man. Because I don't know what y'all thinking once you leave Babylon, you finna get a different result. I've been traveling, nigga. You gonna get the same. Excuse my language. Y'all gonna get the same result. He said, "Scatter amongst your enemies." I don't know what you think that means, nigga. None of these people gonna be your friends, shit. You know? Come on, dude. I don't know what y'all thinking y'all gonna get. You know what I'm saying? You can't go nowhere. And all our people everywhere, I'm noticing we getting the same results, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, dude. But what you see now is prophecy being fulfilled. These are facts.
Amen.
You know?
Amen.
And I just want to tell y'all, doing what y'all doing. I was just gonna give it a test, you know. I know, brother, he's a shy guy. I'll be a little shy, but if I can get it working, yo, I'm on it. This is my pastime. Listening to this. This is the brother's business. Real talk.
It's a pleasure to have you on, bro. It's a long time coming, man. We've been waiting, bro.
Hey, you know? Man, I'm in the Philippines, man, and like I said, I type to y'all through my phone while trying to watch it on the TV. So, like I said, it's complicated. You know what I mean? But man, wonderful lesson, man. I'm gonna let y'all finish. I'm gonna just hang back and listen. You know what I'm saying? Shalom to the whole family, man.
All right. All praises, honor, and glory to the Most High, and we love Mashiach.
Always, man. Hey, me and my girl, this since second Exodus, talk, man. That dun 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 dun. We be on that. That's our hum all around the house. She Japanese, bro.
Yo, iconic.
Yeah, we humming that. You dig what I'm saying? Her daughter done learned a bunch of stuff since we done been together and stuff. She a Jake, you get what I'm saying? And like I said, we immediately got along because it's like we can all relate because we all going through the same thing. That's the one thing in common. I don't care where you from or where you at, man. We all getting free. We getting the same result. And I don't care where you think you're going. You get what I'm saying? You can get the same result. And I'm in a place where, man, these people are Catholic, bro, and I'm getting the same result. Like, nigga, that's not what the book say. Like, dude, sorry. I'm not really sorry. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, and I don't know, brother Clay, you be having me hype up in this moment, man. I feel just like you do, dude. Not sorry. Not sorry. Yeah, let me hang back and just listen before I go off. I go off. It's too early over here. You know what I'm saying? Shalom, family.
Shalom, fam. Good to have you. Brother Raphael, yourself, bro. Great to have you on, bro. How's it going, brother?
It's going good. Blessed, man. My mother showed me all this channel. She's like, I ain't disagree with nothing they said yet. You need to listen to them. You need to watch them. And my whole family, we tune in and everything and stuff. And I mean, yeah, where you guys coming from, and the word you put out, I mean, wholeheartedly. One of the problems we was having, even coming out of the churches into the truth, was that the pagan setup that churches have, even within the awakening, the one man talk, and everybody listen and be quiet. If you have a problem with it, it's going to be a problem. There isn't no like the discussion or the iron sharpening iron, and just that aspect of this, I haven't seen yet before. And it's been a huge blessing, huge blessing of Most High has been pulling me away from all of the streaming stuff, all the Netflix and the Hulu and everything, just been chopping it out. I mean, you get so triggered watching these days. I don't know how really in the truth you can really enjoy it, just the more you learn, the more you just see that everything is just going down. But no, I'm just happy to be here. You saw I put the link in the chat. I'm like, so anybody can join?
Yeah, absolutely, bro. The salt of the earth, man. This everybody home, and this is what we've been trying to convey for a while, though. I know a lot of times people are like, I don't know if I should join, but this is everybody's home. This is what the inception of this channel was for. To build some not just about lessons, but about fellowshipping and about communicating with each other on the things that we go through every day. Just all around fellowship with our brothers and sisters. But yeah, we definitely appreciate your viewership. We definitely appreciate your participation. It's a great thing for us to be able to do that, because coming out of the church and coming into understanding the Israelite, like you were saying, a lot of times you still have to deal with those circumstances where you can't say certain things, or you're going to be shunned, or you're going to be singled out as someone who disagrees, and that it shouldn't be like that. And that's what this channel is about. It's about being able to share our opinions, on what we see. And then, I mean, it's a rough transition too, coming out of the church.
It is. I mean, it is. You don't realize how much, one thing I noticed, going over different channels and reading the scriptures ourselves and stuff, and Satan's MO is almost like the exact opposite. If you take the scriptures and you can imagine the exact opposite, that's what Satan is doing. And so when you look at the church, for what we have the Christian church today versus what we read, what's going on is the exact opposite. So when you come into that mind frame, it's almost like the brother Ty Rowland over in Siege, they read, right to left. We read left to right. You almost got to switch your whole brain around, but the Most High does that for us ourselves. But yeah, and then also how you guys embrace the non-66. That was one of the big issues. No one didn't want to hear anything about Enoch, or Jubilees, or Yasher, Sirach. And it was like, look, this is stuff, we should know. I mean, look what they're saying. The whole the concept of abortion, what we're talking about now. I believe it was Jasher that talked about how it was Enoch, how they was causing them to eat fruit for the women to not get pregnant because they wanted to keep their figures. And they was giving them this stuff, and the Most High was like, that was one of his reasons for bringing the flood. It's like you're causing our women not to become impregnated. Birth control, something as mundane and as entrenched in our culture as far as just modern man as birth control, is against the Most High. And he said it right there. You would have to go outside, but I mean, something like that is fundamental, especially when it matches up with the rest of the scriptures. And the spirit that's awakened within us, tells us these things that, if he gave us all at one go, we probably all fall out because it was just too much. It's just too much. But piece by piece, is breaking it down. It seems like every few months, a big theme comes up in the Hebrew sphere generally, and then we all kind of talk about it, and people kind of make the decisions. Are we on this side of it or that side of it? And with this abortion thing coming up, it seems like it's another, like Israel's looking at life again. Some of the things you guys were saying about masturbation and pornography, it was just over here, just like, oh man, I don't even want to think about it. You start adding the numbers, you can't even look yourself in the face. For a lot of us guys, myself included. So it feels good to be a part of Israel from all over. Down here in Oklahoma, Tulsa, and most of it is camps down here, a few other places and things like that. But here, we all come together. It doesn't matter what state you're in, because they're not our states anyway. It's not our country.
Yeah.
It's just a blessing that we have these platforms and this technology to use it, for the Most High's kingdom, and not for the foolishness that they want us to keep immersing ourselves in, because they keep raising up the definition, the quality of the screens.
Raphael, you said about the flood. See, the parables are so key. So Satan cast out of his mouth water as a flood after the woman, right? And Revelation 7:15 tell you who the water is. And tongues is in there. So it's when you put the parables together that, give you the true understanding of the pure language.
Yeah, and we don't even know the Messiah's name yet. He's going to have his own name. He's going to give us our own names too. So, I recently, Raphael's actual name I picked out about maybe 5-6 years ago. I was in prison at the time, going through a whole bunch of stuff, and the Most High just cured me. It wasn't like I went through a whole bunch of studying, or he just took it away. And Raphael is Yahoo, he Elohim is cured. So yeah, it's still not done.
You said a lot of profound
Enoch is up there still taking notes down, still writing the scriptures.
The brother said a lot of profound things just now, even just concerning like the extra biblicals. Our brother Eric, he really delves more into the extra biblicals than all of us. What would be your perspective on what the brother said? Because it's a lot of good nuggets in there, brother Eric. What do you think?
It's just more confirmation that you have other brothers who have knowledge of these things, and it's just more witnesses, and that should encourage brothers and sisters to look at some of these things more and take them in consideration, because you'd be surprised at what you figure out and learn through some of these sources. A lot of these other sources are more upfront in terms of who they talking about and what's going to happen than what we have now. And once you see that, you'll kind of get an understanding of why they removed some of these things. The Most High was straight up from the beginning, about what he wants for his people in the last days, and they don't want us to understand that. But yeah, brother Ralph, that's deep, man.
Yeah, you look at the history of America, and you think about all the books and the things that they got written just concerning the inception of this place and the history that's going forward. You look back at Israel, and you talk about the millennia that's passed, and the millennia of even their reign in the land, and to equate and say you got 66 books that came out of that doesn't make any sense,
Right.
So you gotta reason within yourself and say, yeah, it's obviously more out there, that we need, it's stuff out there that we probably never even heard of, but that's one of the difficult parts of coming into the truth and understanding, because you pretty much got to go according to the 66 and filter things through that, and a lot of times, it's like some of the things you may be filtering, and you might say, no, this not right because of what this right here saying, you know, that might not even be the case, you know. So I mean, it's a real tough transition, especially if you was in Christianity, man, because
Like
look,
most of us were.
yeah, because it's like it's like a spirit of denial over there. Like it's like, you know, even when it comes to, you know, if it's true or not, it's like they just want to have a win. Like, oh, we got them, and it don't even matter if whatever they're saying is a lie or whatever. Like, and just throw a little bit off topic, like this Genesis situation. I don't even rock with IUIC, but you know how it's just deplorable that he would equate those brothers to being murderers, rapists, you know,
Yeah.
to being a gang, you know. That's like, wow, really? That's what they are, really? And for him to do that and for people to applaud it, it's really
Mm-hmm.
shocking. It's like, oh man, so y'all don't even care about what's true. Y'all
Mm-mm.
just like, oh yeah, if he could say this about them, then I'm, you know, good. You know, and you know, it's not. It's
Now
scary.
he just said drop the word and let the rest take its course. That's what we supposed to do. Just spread the word. They people gonna get their own interpretation. And then like you said about the books, Ecclesiastica 12:12 tell you there's many books. If you read many books, you're gonna weary the flesh. So it's all up to them in their interpretation of study.
Mm-hmm.
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 Yeah, yeah. And it was, I was saddened about the thing with Gino, seeing it, because it's basically the old script that you see whenever Israel comes into somebody's screen where non-Israel is directing the view and the language and the words being used. It's the same script of vilification, of turning us into into monsters, to animals less than. He's reading that same script, and that ties into that church stuff with the effeminacy too. The Christian churches have a huge problem with black masculinity. They just can't stand it. When you're seeing IUIC, talking to those churches, the mannerisms of the men. You can see that what they see in IUIC is probably something, in a sense, they may be jealous of, or missing. Why aren't our men in our church loud and boisterous? Why they're in the choirs with lisp and super tight pants? Why aren't gospel so and so or Baptist so and so up snatching up people off of the bus stops and outside of Buddhist churches, and things like that? Why aren't our men like I can't remember which one it was where they went. It might have been the Jenkins one still, but he was yelling at a woman. He said, "How are you upset that all these men out here have Bibles and reading Bible verses? Like, and you're mad about that? You don't realize what it is you're saying and what you're seeing, and that's the unfortunate part of what we come through is just such blindness. Really, only the Most High has raised up our eyes, because we wasn't going to get us by ourselves. No way. He decided, all right, y'all, it's time to see. Y'all suffered a lot. Let's go ahead and wake you up. But I think a lot of that too is understanding the lack of masculinity in those Christian churches, and when you're confronted with the thing that you lack or you aspire to, it becomes hate in your eyes. You can't have it, then you'll hate it. It's the was it sour grapes, Aesop, little fables. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly, brother Eber.
Yeah, I was just gonna say to Brother Ralph, I think that's largely due to people not used to seeing brothers in authority and having strength, you know. And so to stand up in that area means you have to, you know, more than likely go against a lot of establishments, things that we used to seeing and doing and operating in, and that's what's happening, you know.
It was interesting that he made that challenge towards them and then turned around and didn't want to face him, you know. And a lot of people yeah, I watched the brother and I hate to see when brothers kowtow, to Christians, man, for the sake of not being shunned. I heard one brother really start going in on them because he felt like they shouldn't have came there and this and that, and maybe they shouldn't have came there, but on hindsight, he shouldn't have made that challenge to them to come there. You know, where you gonna make a challenge? You know,
He been out the hood too long. He forgot. You tell people to come outside. They come outside.
yeah, they're gonna come outside like
Out the
with
hood
the
too long.
Bibles, right?
Yo, you ain't come with no Bibles. Y'all just come telling us to go away.
Mm-hmm. Brother,
And the internet is a safe place now, so people don't think you're gonna come check on them.
Mm.
You know, going back and forth on the internet. He wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, he wasn't expecting them to show up. You know, but even when they did show up, you know, he stayed in the confines of the church and talked about how they hooting and hollering and and all the noise don't get. Well, it must have got to you somehow because you scared to come outside.
Yeah.
You know? And then I mean, and how scared are you when it's not even about a physical thing? It was about you being scared to come and confront them with your biblical so-called prowess. You don't have a biblical prowess. You got an echo chamber within the church that's going to agree to everything that you said, regardless of it being incorrect or not.
Yeah, I've seen him also. A lot of people that he challenged to debates, a lot of times you'll hear him say, you know, whoever comes out on top in this debate have to surrender their whole congregations and, you know, things like that. I've heard him say that before and challenging people, challenging other Christians. And so I've never seen them challenge an Israelite, and I don't think you want to put that off on the table. And that's probably what IUIC is aiming for.
Yeah, put your congregation up on the
congregation.
Yeah.
Ain't that the Lord's people?
Yeah, exactly. So that's like that just shows you how he views the whole thing anyway. You gonna place your congregation and your sheep in the hands of someone based off of a debate. You know what I mean? Like
that ownership.
Yeah, exactly. Like what if they don't want to go? You know, what if they want to stay with you? Just, you know, you gonna make a bet on something that you don't own anyway? Like come on, man.
That's that constituents. That's that political thinking. You know, that party that I gotta have my voters behind me. You know, the people that I'm responsible for.
Oh, the government.
I'll tell them what to do because I got your back. So I'll tell you what's good for you.
The government. That's what they're trying to be.
Yeah, exactly. You know,
I think that's behind most of their attitudes. They don't want to go too far up the pale chain and have something have some resources stop coming down. So they know they're going to go so far before a Gentile raise an eyebrow, and then they're going to have certain problems. So they know they can't step so far. So they'll take it out on us because their masters only gives them a threshold of so much to go to. You know.
That's the taskmasters we have in Egypt.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Hey, brother Benya.
Shalom, Mark. What's up?
Hey, I was wondering, man. I think I messaged brother Ibri about this, but touching down on some with the vineyard and stuff like that, man. And I wrote some scriptures down the moment I whatchamacallit, but I just hadn't I kind of put it to the side, but about Israel, the vineyard and stuff like that, and we can go in Jeremiah, Israel. It's early, y'all. Jeremiah, Isaiah 5:1, all through Jeremiah, you know what I'm saying, 5:1-7. You know, the Songs of Solomon talking about the vineyard keeper. This is what I'm meaning with this. Maybe you guys can put something together like that. You got the Gospels, Matthew 21, 33-41. And then back to when he's going back to redeeming his vineyard. You get what I'm saying? This is in Isaiah 27 and 1-13. And then I'm gonna sing a song. There's another song you come singing, you know what I'm saying, of our husband. You know what I mean? and then you can go into maybe the trees in the vineyard. You know what all this represents. Because, like I'm saying, like, dude, I don't care what these people think, nigga. We the most forgiving nation, nigga. We always forgiving y'all for all the stuff y'all doing.
It's interesting that you said that, because that was actually a part of some information that I'm working on right now concerning the history of Israel, and also within that, I was going to talk about some metaphors that included the vineyards, the olive trees.
Hey, that impressed. I bet people still don't understand until, like I said, that last book, Revelation. You don't understand what that wine press is. Okay, bet that. That's the one thing we don't talk about. You know what I'm saying? We can talk about everything else with me, man. You know.
And it glass and floor.
Don't even get it twisted. No, don't get it twisted. It ain't like I'm a saint, but I do fear the Most High, and I'm trying to keep to his best abilities. You dig? Like I said, there was no YouTube when I found this out. You know, I'm 41. Lord willing, I get to be 42. You know, next year. But there was no YouTube when I found this out. Like, real talk. You know, and I found it out by reading the Bible. You know, like, there's only one people to fit this. We got to be the spiritual Jews or something, man. You know what I'm saying? Because I was raised in the church, but you dig, I got to the point to where, you know, hell, I know I ain't doing everything this preacher saying, this lying ass nigga telling me and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, I just try to be spiritual. We all done hit them levels. You know what I'm saying? We all was drinking from that same cup of blood. Don't matter where they starting from. I was drinking from that same cup of blood too. You dig what I'm saying? But when I realized it was blood, I put that shit down. I stopped drinking it. I found out the book, so I used to ask my preachers what this means. You dig? I'm asking my teachers, well, Egypt is Africa. You get what I'm saying? There's a reason you can't talk about school when you're young. There's a reason, I mean, you can't talk about the book in school. There's a reason. I'm telling you, man, it's all these Jedi mind tricks on there. Straight up, they've been having fun. You did? Ain't no joke, man.
Indeed. I mean,
like I said, all I do is study this book, man. All I do is study the book. Like, seriously. Like, you dig? And then I used to motivate myself in case I did run to the camp. Like I said, they keep telling you to keep the law, statutes, and commandments. What's wrong with that? That's a start to anything, dude. You get what I mean? Like, come on, man. Can you go wrong with that? The Most High gonna lead you anyway. You doing those things. So all that other trying to figure out, that we all started from the Christian church or whatever church you started from. You get what I mean? But when you realize different things through scriptures and the Lord group, you know what I'm saying, took you through different parts, man. Come on, you know. So we just got to be understanding what our people really, you know. Like, and this is I love being here. I love checking out these different channels, man. This is when I hang out the most. You know what I'm saying? I be even things to my little brother. He out here. He's from Nigeria. You know he's Jake. You know what I'm saying? All kind of stuff. You know, we our people, we coming back, man, to each other slowly but surely. Y'all see this everywhere, man. Serious.
All right, so we gonna close down. I want to get some closing remarks by everybody. Starting with the brother Raphael.
Man, this lesson was this talk was very good, very edifying. Talking about life, you know, I think it breathes a little more life into us. I know it did for me, and it's more mindful of our forefathers. You know, it's not just me. You know, I'm carrying Abraham's promise. You know, I'm carrying the things that, you know, potentially David went through, and to cast it away either for something myself or with a woman who I haven't made wife. You know, those are things to think about. And you realize how much grace the Most High has been giving us this whole time. It should be kind of scary, you know, the things that we've done. He's like, you know what? Yeah, I saw it. I saw it all. I didn't kill you, and you're here. So what are you going to do about it? You know, I've been giving this word to you from people. You can't hide from me anymore. What are you going to do about it? And so it's just very affirming. And into our second topic about the camps and things like that. I was talking to my mother just yesterday, and we noticed that as far as like the main thing that we have really about the doctrine is the charts. And it's like, you know what? There isn't like a big awakening going on in the Latin community or Hispanics or Native Americans, they're not waking up. There's no one going on reservations doing this stuff. It's just us, Israel, pulling them in. So in that sense, when the separation is made, it really won't be a point. I mean, it'll be a moot point as far as who's who, because Most High will make that, distinction. So I think they're probably, maybe some of the leaders, I don't know for sure, but I know a few people that camp as far as who aren't in. They're really just trying to follow the laws, statutes, and commandments. So I think when the Most High decides, he'll make that distinction, and the grace that was given to us for things will be given to the camps for them, for those who heart is right with it, and hey, things are coming to a head. So, I'm just grateful for this platform, for all you brothers and sisters out there. And I look forward to tomorrow, because it's going to be a day closer to the kingdom. We'll go in that gate, that Judah gate, presumably.
Amen. Amen.
Amen.
Brother James Evans.
Yeah, I want to say there's two laws. There's the law of man and there's the law of Yah. And that's in Genesis 32, where he said that Jacob gonna prevail with Yah and man. So you gotta understand the doctrine you following. Either you following the law and the meditation spirit of Yah, or you following the doctrines of men who was led by Aaron's law. So study thyself approved, where you can decipher from every fair wind doctrine. That's what I'm going to say, by other tongues.
Amen. Brother Ty C. Rowland, you got some last words to say, bro?
Yes.
All right. Brother Yashadet. Shalom, bro. You got some last words?
Hey, can you hear me? I told you my thing. Not all praise to the Most High. All praise to the Most High. Follow on to the family, and appreciate you guys for letting me come on and stuff. And we just keep doing what we supposed to be doing, man.
Brother Yash.
Yeah, we covered a lot of ground today. I think we covered the process. So I'm gonna deal with this second. It was a whole lot. The church, first of all, I'm gonna start it off like this. See, this is where I need your meat. Check it out. Prayer changes things. And I like to sometimes say I'm gonna take credit, but you know what? I credit the children of the Most High, because I know that I'm not the only one who has recognized that one of our biggest obstacles and enemies, the enemy of our people, has been the religion of Christianity. And for years, I don't know how many, but I've been praying that the Most High wake up our pastors, because they are the biggest obstacles. We were talking earlier about how they take ownership of the flesh, like Eugenics, church, whatever. But I remember even when I was in Christianity years ago, that's all you hear. My church. I thought this was supposed to be the Most High's church. Raphael looking deep. He's stunned me. I'm looking you dead in the eyes. But anyway, let me get back to the point. He is. I mean, I looked at him and I was like, dang, brother, listen intently. And I've been blessed by your brothers coming on also, man. It's truly a blessing, that we come and we get the fellowship with the family. You women, y'all don't be afraid to come on either. Okay, back to the point. So, because one of my biggest regrets was I was a deacon in this, rather large church at the time, and uh, the Million Man March was going on, and our pastor did this whole sermon on atonement and this and that, and how you need, he did the whole thing about how you need blood and without the shedding of blood, whatever. Bottom line was, he made it a scriptural issue. Mind you, I was halfway, what Brother Rodney called half woke at the time. You know what I mean? Because I've always believed that we were the children of the Most High. But the Most High spoke to me and told me, or the Most High prophesied to me, can I say, and told me where where I was going to be going, and sent me to a particular church, maybe 3 years before the church was even in existence. So it caused it a sort of confusion because I went from keeping Sabbath, law, statutes, and commandments, and studying all them on my own into going into a Sunday keeping church where he told me that I was going to go. And at that time, the church was a bank. So everything is hard to explain. But anyway, I did wind up going there. I never stopped believing it. But in between that, I was.
You got some noise in the background. I don't know what that is.
Oh, that might be a phone. Let me turn it down. Because I had to get out of the. You still hear noise? Oh, it might be the
That's gone.
Is that better?
Yes, that's great.
Okay. So anyway, let me just wrap this up. Okay. At the end of the day, so the pastor convinces us not to go to the Million Man. And everybody was saying, why don't you go? And I wish that I did go there because that was the one time that the Most High was probably pleased with us, that we all were able to come together in one place. And if you receive this, like the Messiah said towards John the Baptist, being Elijah, receive it. If you receive it on that note, remember when he said that we must come together as, if you receive it now, you don't got it. When we come together as a one and confess our faults, we did that then. You don't have to receive it. Take it on the same level that the Messiah did with John the Baptist and Elijah. So what I'm saying is, I know I have not been the only one, but there's many in our nation have been praying for pastors to wake up. And we're seeing it now. I'm seeing more and more pastors boldly preaching the truth now. And so the church is coming up with a plan. And there is resistance. But see, they have to be careful. Because see, now they're fighting against the Most High Himself.
Mm-hmm.
And He's going to be the one who's pulling over, pulling over the curtain. They're going down, but we ride. Nothing can stop us. And I give thanks and praise to the Most High for it. And Sister Adrian has a question.
This we gonna close down. We gonna close down on that though.
Yeah.
We'll get back to that.
Yep. So I want to say thanks and all praise to the family today. This was truly a blessing to be here. That's it for me. Amen.
Brother Eric, you got some closing remarks, bro?
Yeah, I wanna just say that we've established today that life, although life is in our seed as men, life begins with the Most High, and everything is determined by Him, and everything has already been set the way that He wants it to be set. And so when dealing with this issue, I think one thing that'll keep us in check and keep things in perspective is understanding that life is a gift from the Most High. The process of life is ordained by the Most High. And so He's the one who determines when the seed is alive or when it's not. And from what we know and what we can prove, the seed is already alive. It's only when death comes that seed is no longer considered, a life, and that's due to the process of it living and going through the necessary processes to end up at that point. But He told the prophet Jeremiah that what he said, before I formed you in the belly, I knew you. And before you came forth out of the womb, I sanctified you and I ordained thee a prophet to the nations. And He's speaking to him in particular. But this doesn't mean that this doesn't apply for all of us. All of us were in the loins of our fathers, and we were in the reservation for life well before we came about. So if you want to know when life begins, it begins with the Most High. And the Most High entrusted that process of life into us to carry it out, to continue His heritage in the earth. And so just simply put, we have to look at life as a continuance of what the Most High ordained in the earth. We're the Most High's people, so we should value that. I wanna thank you, brothers, for coming on to the panel. Brother Raphael, got the brother Tasi rolling. Like you say, it's been a long time coming. A brother been trying to catch up with us for a while due to the time zone. And as always, brother James Evans, glad to have you back. And we're gonna start bringing out a lot of the stuff that you emailed too. The brother sends a lot of emails out, keeping the family informed. I want to say shalom to my brother Yash and to the brother Bunya for putting this together. Him and brother Hal Goodwin. Thank the Most High for using you brothers to bring this about. Much needed discussion. And may the Most High be with everybody, edifying, share the work, and subscribe to the channel. Shalom and blessings, everybody.
Yeah. So I want to thank you too, brother Eric, brother Yash, brother Raphael, Yosef, Tasi Roland, brother James Evan, as well as all the people out there in the chat, and my brother C and how Goodwin. Last but not least, yeah, I think this lesson was prudent because a lot of times, we as men we deal with these situations. And what my hopes was to bring about a more important thought towards the seed, because not only because of where we're implanting our seed as far as the women, but there's a lot of brothers out there, and they're struggling with pornography. You know, there's brothers out there struggling with these things, and they may not necessarily want to say anything because they may feel shame. You know, we gotta make it easy for brothers to be able to repent of those things so that they can overcome those spirits that draw them to that, you know. So the more and more we know about the life within us, the seed that's within us, the more reluctant we will be to do certain things, you know, to understand that that's a life in you that makes it more, even more dire to not do those things that are not convenient, you know. So the purpose of this lesson was really to really have brothers take the authority into their own hands and understand that they can overcome that spirit. And not only that, to benefit our nation and start choosing the sisters that's righteous. You know, there's a lot of women out there, man. And you know, righteous women are not a dime a dozen, you know, and we should want the best. Right. So I mean, a woman is not just her looks. You know, every woman gonna hit the wall at some point, and when those looks gone, then you got to deal with the wife. You got to deal with what type of wife material you got, what type of mother material you got, what kind of companion you got. You know, so we got to start choosing a lot better than what we've been choosing. You know, so this lesson was completely out of love for my nation, love for my brothers, and understanding the things that they go through within their spirit, their mind, and their health and everything, you know. But once again, I want to thank all the brothers for coming on the panel. Like always, man, we gonna keep dropping those links out, and whenever you see those links, you know, you're always welcome to join in. Uh, but with that being said, this has been another Salt of the Earth Productions. Shalom and blessings, everyone.
Shalom.
Shalom Shabbat. Everybody go take a nap.
Yeah. Yeah, shalom, bro.
Yeah, I mean,